It's the final day of action here in Sweden and the ECS-W is still on the line. 2 games to bring you and the action starts right here, right now.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
We had a great day of action here in Sweden and it was a historic day. The first time ever we've had an ECS-W here in Landskrona between Malmöhus and Gothenburg. And it was Malmöhus who took the spoils on both occasions. And in reality, it was quite a one-sided affair, but Malmöhus are certainly going to be continuing that streak and looking if they take the 4-0 victory today. But I'm sure Gothenburg have a thing or two to say about that. We already saw improvements through the day yesterday, and I know if they keep on going on that trajectory, they might be able to get a win today. So before we talk about the teams and a bit about what happened yesterday, let's go out into the middle for the all-important coin toss.
Göteborg is the call.
Heads.
Heads is the call. It's come down tails. Good luck. Have a good game. All the best.
Thank you.
Malmöhus have won the toss. They're batting.
So there you have it. Malmöhus have won the toss and they have decided to bat exactly like they did in game 1 yesterday. And on that occasion, they did get runs on the board. That was thanks to a few big hitters at the top of the order, none more so than Elsa Thelander. She's brilliant with the gloves behind the stumps and she's also proved that she's pretty decent with the bat as well. They also have their teen tearaway, Zara Mohammed. She's a brilliant bowler. She bowls absolute rockets. She also has a rocket arm in the field and she got a chance to bat yesterday and unsurprisingly, she can do it with the bat as well. As for Gothenburg, they're going to rely on 1 or 2 players, I believe. Imali Jayasuriya, the captain, she was in fact the person who made history yesterday. She was the only one to score a maximo and she hit the back of the net as well. So she's hoping that her team will have a few more successes today. They certainly got better throughout the day and I think if they knit these things together, they've got a chance to nick at least 1 victory today. It's all still to play for. There's 2 games left. Gothenburg, they are up against it. They have to win both of these games, but we know anything is possible on the European Cricket Network. And somebody who knows that more than most is sitting with me in the commentary igloo to take you through the action, and that's Vinny. Vinny, take it away.
Thanks very much, Tina Goff, and good morning to everyone. Good morning, wherever you're watching from around the world. Great to have Tina taking us into match number 3. And yeah, it was, I suppose, a little bit one-sided yesterday with Malmöhus, a pretty polished outfit, taking all 8 points. Let's have a look at the scores. Kanto Rana pretty unlucky not to score a half century, just pretty unselfish actually in the last over, giving the strike away to Ekaterina Bogdanova. And Thelander really impressed with her 36 as well. So the only wicket in that innings was a run out. Gothenburg CC in response, Jayasuriya talked about the fact that she hit the only 6 yesterday. She scored 20 in the response, but they just weren't ever going to be on the pace, and they finished at 47 for 4. Rana with 1 for 1, rounding out a pretty good game. And the other wicket to the bowlers went to Sasi Jumper. Of course, just 2 matches yesterday. Second match, it was different order of innings. Gothenburg ending up on 49 for 4 off their 10 overs. Chapto, she battled for 13, not out, but did use up a lot of balls in the process. And then Malmöhus took only 5.2 overs to chase that down. And Tewa Chapto with the only wicket that went to a bowler for Gothenburg CC yesterday. She finished with 1 for 12. And yeah, the Chapto sisters, we'll see them in action once again today. So, long story short, for Gothenburg CC to win this series, and it is a possibility, but they would have to take 8 points out of today, which I suppose isn't a likelihood, but there still is the likelihood that they can create some special moments and I suppose try and be a bit more competitive. I think they will learn a lot out of yesterday and you know what they did well, what they didn't do so well, what they could learn from their opposition as well. Malmahus, again, a pretty polished outfit, as I would say. As Telanda and Rana listed to open the batting there, Bogdanova is rounding out a very strong top three. And to be honest, we just haven't seen a lot of them with the bat. Zara Muhammad, actually, she opened in the second game, batted really well. So Iqbal comes in for Malmahus for Göteborg or Gothenburg CC. Jo Saria, again, big responsibility on her. I think Wickberg, she'll want to have a better day. I think she'll probably get another opportunity with the bat. Rashmi Summershaker is also a very experienced player. And Sophia Jasmine, we saw her hit a few nice shots as well in yesterday's action. Vani Rana will be behind the stumps for Gothenburg CC. So very good morning to everyone in the chat as well. Hello to Tim Harmer, hello to Chris Smith as well. Nice to see you. Hello to Jeff Mobbs, Johnny Heeson, Colin Mustafa. And yeah, news from the toss, Malmahus winning the toss. And no surprises, they want to bat. They want to make sure that they get every opportunity to bat the distance here after only really having 5 and a bit overs yesterday. So yeah, obviously plenty of action happening at the moment, and you can see they're 13%. I mean, there is a question mark, I suppose. You know, if you can get through the Malmahus top 3 or 4 or 5, you might be able to get something going. And this is T10 cricket. It is unpredictable. We do see wild swings in momentum. So yeah, it's not easy to be surprised actually in ECN cricket, because we do see teams' fortunes changing very quickly. There's a random white cap on the field, and it's been there for about an hour, and I assumed it belonged to somebody, but it's still there. Maybe it was left by Stanley overnight. Well, let's see what happened to that cap. But as the umpires come onto the field, it's great to be back. Weather conditions today in Sweden, quite a nice day, bit of cloud cover at the moment. We're expecting maximum temperature of 16 and currently 13. I know there's a slight chance of a shower as well today, but hopefully that's not going to be an issue for us. We did have some light rain falling during the second match yesterday. The cap has been retrieved by umpire Gulami. Yeah, he's waving it. And I've seen a lot of things. I don't think I've ever seen a random cap be left on the field. It was a random pitch as well. Strange. Maybe it's a hidden message from Stanley, our supporter here, who is around the ground somewhere. So yes, Kanchan Rana, could see her back at the top of the order. Like I said, she probably deserved a 50 yesterday. Pretty unselfish in the last over. Kept running 2s that kept her at the non-strikers, and that's Elsa Thelander as well. She batted very, very well yesterday. Good array of strokes. I think we talked a lot about her cutting and the fact that she plays that shot very well. Got good value for that. But she was also very strong with her pads. Just seems like an absolute natural. So we're about to get going, and it will be Rashmi Somashaker to bowl the first over. 3 over power play, of course. And we're away. First one is respected by Thelander. Her decision making was really good at the crease yesterday. I think she's willing to respect a good ball and feels that, you know, at this level she'll probably get 1 or 2 that she can go after. So it's just all about choices. That was a good ball from Somashaker. Thelander, as we were informed yesterday, she's born in England, but to two Swedish parents, and played a fair bit of cricket in England, I think up to the age of 13. She's 17 now. Certainly looks a very good player. And that's the shot she plays very well. That's timed incredibly well. It's going to be a bit of foot fielding that's going to stop the boundary, but they'll hustle back for 2. But I mean, that's a brilliant shot. The footwork and the timing, the balance was all there. Little step towards the ball. It was just a tap, wasn't it? It was only a boot that stopped the 4. I do think that's okay. No evidence that I think that the foot ever lands on the rope. This is sometimes, the camera suggests things are touching when I don't think the rope ever moves. You see there, I think you can see when she takes off again that there's a bit of space between the foot and the rope. Anyway, 2 runs saved, 2 runs gained. Oh, now false shot. Good piece of bowling by Somasheka. Little nibble there from the fielder, Shankar. Then has to turn around and chase it. She'll get 2. Dallender, and often you've seen her kind of morally beaten. Nice bit of swing there, I think, from Somasheka down the line. Once again, Dallender making pretty good decisions here. It's outside off, she hits it off. It's outside leg, she hits the leg. It's straight, she probably just blocks it. Pretty simple strategy. Rana will get the chance to face for the first time. Morning to everyone that's just coming in to the chat. I know you might be watching in Estonia as well. I'll be actually heading to Estonia tomorrow. It's been a pretty good over by Somasheka though. That just shows you how hard it is to get into this opening pair. It's the end of the first over and it's 5 without loss. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, and joining me back in the igloo is Tina Goff. Good morning, Tina.
Morning, Vinny. You well?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is a good morning. One Maximo 26 fours yesterday, but yeah, the 1-6 went to Gothenburg CC and Imali Jayasuri. I know you mentioned that in the intro. 10 wickets in 2 games. It's a pretty low rate. So you see the wicket rate, 2.8 wickets per average inning. So what that tells me is you can probably be a bit more aggressive with your choices, with your running between the wickets. You see the run rate here actually identical to the ECS-W in Bologna, which is also a format series. In Jersey, you can see obviously it had a bit more depth and a bit more hitting. There's the white cap, which has been removed from the field, and the mystery of the white cap continues.
There was a player playing for one of the Arianas, I can't remember which, in the final of the ECS who was wearing a white cap. I wonder if...
Strange that day one... Did we just miss it all yesterday? Was it on the pitch the whole time? Do you reckon they just maybe lost it in the celebration? Someone nearby said, I think this is a cricketer's cap, and they've just dropped it in the middle of the field.
Someone will pick it up, I'm sure.
It was out there and tossed. Oh, that's very strange. Anyway, here's Chamto. This is Haria Chamto, who's bowling over number 2. This is flicked away in the air. It's going to test the fielder. See where Chamto does the fielding. Yeah, the Chamto sisters forming part of this Göteborg CC lineup. And I know we'll get to it, I'm sure we will, but big news this morning. And spoiler alert if you don't want to know, but I'm about to reveal the Eurovision results.
Oh, no.
Sweden did not win.
The week of mourning has begun here in Helsingborg and Landskrona.
We went to a very entertaining party, a watch party.
Would we call it a party?
Well, it was a gathering. Rana will get to face again, hasn't gotten off the mark yet. Bowling's been pretty accurate so far. And this is hit very hard, and that will go for 4. There's your first boundary of the day, and it's a powerful strike from Rana. Well, I suppose that brings up her 50 runs in the series. She deserved a half-century yesterday. This is a pretty authoritative strike, almost takes out the umpire.
Yeah, I wonder if she watched her innings back yesterday, realised just how close she got to that maiden half-century and thought, today's the day.
Especially when they won by about 70-something runs.
Yeah.
probably had enough breathing room. All right, but this could be out and it should be out. Keeper's got to find the zone. We have a collision. Oh, dear me. It's a bit of a nasty one, really. And Rana really should have been gone there. It was a bit of an awkward one. The keeper under the lid just couldn't quite find the drop zone there, Vani Rana. And that's a let-off for Kanchan.
It's tough when you've got the helmet on because you can't see anything. You can't see the other person coming, and it was a bonk. I think with the helmet as well, it just rattles your brain around a bit. I think she's a bit winded.
That's concussion test territory as well. And really, to be fair, the other fielder wore the helmet on the shoulder. So yeah, it's one of those things. And to have any chance against Malmö, you need to create and take chances. Well, they created one, but Fortunately for Gothenburg, they weren't able to take it. Yeah, but yeah, Austria winning.
From left field, that was.
And all I can think is they got the dog vote, because a lot of that song I think only dogs could hear. I'm not particularly happy about it.
Oh, I wasn't paying the closest of attentions to each individual song. I looked up and it was just a lot of screeching in black and white. And I thought, no chance. I woke up to the news that he'd won.
I was right on the Netherlands. Didn't place in the top 10.
Yeah. Well, you've got a thing against the Netherlands.
Just think, you can't just get up there and sing a song. You got to give me
something.
Got to give me something more. Yeah, my favourites came 3rd and 4th. That's hit very well. We'll get through Wickberg, and in fact, that might even go for 4. It does. So, yeah, once again, a well-struck ball. But this was a bit of a difference between the two teams as well. Tina yesterday, the ground field instead of Wickberg. Actually does everything right except stop the ball, and then I think you'll see here actually hits the rope, and then even if it didn't, she's on the rope when she flicks it back. So 4 runs given. A nice cover drive. Give credit to Dylan in the first place. Nice shot off the front foot.
Yeah, nice hit. It was a good secondary attempt from Wickberg. She went a bit too early down into the long barrier and just veered away from her.
Nice shot again. Well timed. This time it'll only bring a single. Yeah, so Estonia 3rd and Sweden 4th.
No shame in that.
I mean, it's only this morning that I realised how invested I got during the week, and it got a little bit of a downer. But anyway, at least some good cricket will bring me back. It's the end of the second over. It's 19 without loss.
It was a nice evening, and the thing is, if we did it on public opinion, admittedly we were in Sweden. The Sweden one was the one that got everyone going.
100%.
And Estonia, to be fair. The
Estonia was
okay.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I'll definitely be adding that espresso macchiato to my playlist to get me up and going in the morning. Controversial opinion, I think Australia was better than Austria.
Yeah, agreed.
Anyway, here we go with the 3rd over. Jayasuriya comes on. A pull shot there. They're going to take on the arm here. And they will get there. These two run very well. It's a key difference, I think, between the two teams as well, the running between the wickets.
Yeah, Elsa's very quick as well. She just scampers along, gets home comfortably. These two have a good understanding. I'm sure they back together quite a lot. You can see that by the way. They're confident with their calls, back each other up at either end.
Nice shot again. This time it is fielded by Harichamto. They'll get through for 1. It's got to be frustrating, though, for Gothenburg CC, because when these two are going, it seems like almost impossible to get them out. So when you get a kind of regulation chance go down, it's certainly not the way you want to start your morning. Oh, that's very good ball, though, from Jayasuriya. Captain to captain action. That one almost knocks out the off stump.
That's well bowled. Probably should be going straight on that one. Should run it. Swiped across it. Almost got punished. They're still in the power play, so you can only have 2 outside the ring. I think for both of these batters, I would be tempted to send someone back on the offside.
This time she does hit it straight. Again, goes straight away. Good throw, might have been interesting. But again, the lack of hesitation there, even though that hits pretty much straight to the fielder. Rana knows, okay, it's going to be a perfect piece of fielding that gets me in. As it was, she was probably home anyway. These two are planning to put on a big score. I'm sure that they'll both be eyeing off half centuries. Gothenburg CC need that breakthrough. Out swinger from around the wicket this time, but Dylan knows what I'm talking about. She rarely gets beaten. Even that one, if you're not quite in touch, that might crash into the pads, but able to glance it away for a single.
She's very calm at the crease, isn't she? Doesn't seem to be fazed by much. Even if the bowling is consistent, she just knocks it away, gets herself off strike.
That's one thing. They've never really been under scoreboard pressure.
Yeah.
I mean, it probably would be a bit different if they were chasing a big score. Then maybe it's not so easy to be relaxed. But Elsa, she certainly has come a long way in 2 years. She was 15 when I saw her playing for Sweden in the first ever ECS-W in Gibraltar. Rana's just played a couple of loose strokes here, but has gotten away with them. Joe Soria only conceded 6 and a pretty good over. And at the end of the 3 over power play, it's 25 without loss.
I would at some point like to see these two Marmahu's batters just try and be a bit more aggressive. We've spoken earlier and saw those statistics about the fact that they haven't lost too many wickets, which is great because obviously it shows that they've controlled these 2 games. But I think this kind of series, these kind of games are the perfect opportunity to test your middle order. And I think if Elsa and Kanchan go for it, well, either they get the runs, in which case great, or they get out. Okay, then someone else comes in and has a go.
Yeah, I suppose they have been dominant so far. I mean, they've all but wrapped up the series. They'd have to go pointless two games in a row today to not win it. So they're in a situation where they could experiment a little bit. Full toss first up. And so this is Champto coming on. The first one will be called a no ball. Remember, anything waste or higher on the full, and I think that fulfills the criteria. So a free hit coming up, and it'll be Rana that gets to face it. Perfect chance to be aggressive regardless. It's another full toss. This one, I think, just dipping below the waist. Runner can't beat the field, so it'll only be a single. On the run there. I think that one, you can see she probably contacts it about the waist, but still got a little bit of distance to travel. Not a bad ball there, actually. Just got nibbled away a little bit in the air and off the pitch, so Champto will have to re-bowl it. But yeah, we had a really good night, didn't we? You actually watched the FA Cup final.
Yeah.
Looked like a very good game as well.
One for the underdogs. Happy with that result as well. Crystal Palace beating Man City.
So that was their first trophy?
First ever trophy.
Amazing.
It was grown men sobbing in the stadium, and that's what it's all about. Have we ever had someone crying having won an ECS or a...
yeah, we had some tears. The one that comes to mind is Luxembourg Star CC, their ECL-22 campaign. I'll talk you through it, but basically the format was a 6-team format back in ECL-22 in the groups, and day 4 was kind of like moving day. We called it Super Thursday. So the top 3 teams played for position, and the bottom 3 teams played for the 4th spot on finals day. And it was basically a couple of eliminators. So 5 plays 6. So the bottom 2 teams play to stay alive, and then the 4th team plays the winner of that to get 4th spot.
Right.
And Luxembourg, their club Star CC, didn't win a game in the first 3 days, and so they were 6th. And they came from nowhere to force a golden ball and then win it. And one of the coaching staff, I won't name and shame, but came on and we had to mop the field, actually. There's so many tears. That comes to mind. But we do see some tears. I know, what's that Tom Hanks movie? League of Their Own?
Yeah.
When he coaches women, there's no crying in baseball.
There's no crying in cricket. I think happy tears. Love to see them, don't we?
I'll give you a Swedish story in Stockholm a couple of years ago. Again, not going to mention any names, but the batting team needed, I can tell you what team it was. It was Jinnah CC Stockholm, now known, and then they were known as Pakistanska Förening. They were batting. They needed 10 off 2. So second last ball, they need 10 off 2. Big swing and a miss. Pretty regulation take for the keeper. Goes straight through his legs and goes for 4 byes.
Deary me.
And I bet you can guess what happened last ball. 6 to win. Gets caught. He looks down. He's got a foot over the boundary.
No.
Oh, great fielding this time, Vikberg. I know she's had some issues with the ground ball, but she gets up high and saves the boundary there. Excellent work. Yeah, so the keeper, everyone else walks off the field. The keeper stayed exactly where he was.
Haunted.
And it was inconsolable, because all he had to do was stop that ball and they would have won the game. 36 without loss here after 4. And no boundaries for a couple of overs, actually. Champto had a couple of issues with extras in that over. In the end, it goes for 11, so not the worst. I got to admit, I've cried on a cricket field, but it was when I was quite young. pretty much every time I got out until I was about 12.
Yeah, I've cried playing football and cricket. I mean, mostly, you know, tears of frustration. I'm not really a crier of joy.
That seemed like a cry. It seemed pretty stern.
German. Just a single tear rolls down my cheek.
I remember the last time I cried in cricket, actually. This is going to be a tough stop. Oh, wow.
Oh,
Well,
lucky.
could be an own goal. I mean, you make your own unlucky as well when you're off with the foot. Does get a piece of it. It's a podiatrist's dream here, as the result will be a boundary to the Thairlander, who struck it very well.
It's a good hit.
Oh,
Off the knee as well.
Not even foot fielding, is it? It's leg fielding.
All limb, that one.
Luckily, the women's ball is slightly lighter, which I don't know if it's... I don't know what the bone density of women versus men is.
The knee is slightly lighter as well. So when were your last tears
Yeah,
on the cricket
my last
pitch?
tears on the cricket field, I was 16, which I was quite old to be crying.
There's no shame in crying.
But I'll tell you why.
This one might be shameful.
There were tears of anger. Right, that's in the air. It's going to spin away from the fielder, who will make the stop. Does very well. Well, they'll settle for one, so get 3 runs saved. But certainly has been improving the ground fielding. I think that's Jasmine down there that makes the stop. He's obviously got a noticeably injured hand at the moment as well. Yeah, no, I down the leg side, just flicked my thigh pad, got caught behind, got given.
No. Uh-oh.
Opening the batting, set myself all week to make a big score. Oh, that's hit very well. Field's got no chance there. That one could be coming towards the igloo. It does. So 4 carreras, 4 runs scored. And it's Tina that does the fielding. Oh, moves everywhere. Looking sensational, by the way. In that get-up, Tina, you're a very good fielder of the stationary ball, I must say.
Yeah, that's about the the extent of my ability.
Yeah, so anyway, got given out. Definitely wasn't out. Wasn't happy.
There's no anger directed to the umpire, I assume. It was
No.
just tears of pure teenage frustration.
I think the tears came. I can't remember if I cried as I was going off, but to be honest, terrible umpiring. Anyway, this is going to be stopped again. Well, they have stopped quite a few of these now. Summer Shaker stops the boundary, but once again, you can see good running from the Malmahus openers. They get back for 2.
That was hit firmly though. Rashmi just stuck out her left hand. It was a good piece of fielding.
Hand fielding. Novel strategy. That's the way to do it. And down the leg side, gets past the keeper as well. Some extras. In fact, that'll go all the way to the boundary, so it's going to be 5 wides. Pretty sure. Well, it's given off the bat. I must have missed that. Let's have a look at the replay. Yeah, there was a little scratch on it. Yeah, it was a little bit of a glance. So I suppose it's a better result for Gothenburg CC with the ball counting as a delivery, and it saves them 1 run. But still, Rana moves to 19. 50 partnership comes up just before the end of the 5th over. Rana will hit this, take on the fielder again, and she will get through for the single. It's the end of 5, and Malmahus cruising here after winning the toss and electing to bat the 53 without loss. Hey, good morning. Good morning to you, wherever you're watching from around the world. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Tina Goff here for a Super Sunday. 2 matches here, 3 matches in Estonia, so you'll still get your 5 matches today. And look, you just look for improvement, don't you, for Gothenburg CC? And so far, a lot of the fielding, I think, has improved. I think they've saved several boundaries. Had that one opportunity to take the catch. Unfortunately, that one went down. But, yeah, let's hope it's a competitive day here.
Yeah, absolutely. And as I said in the intros as well, it's just about the little wins for them, even if they go down in this game. The fielding is much improved. The bowling has been pretty decent as well. And it's a pretty steep learning curve on the network, isn't it, when you've just got the handful of games in a couple of days, don't have too much time to learn, but it looks like maybe Gothenburg had a little chat overnight and come back firing here, and I like their intent in the field.
Yeah, definitely. You might know somewhere in the Swedish colours today, my last day in Sweden before I head to Estonia tomorrow, where the European Cricket Series will get underway. Our very own Stefan Gooch is here today. He's playing for the Hippos tomorrow down the lakeside. This will be called Telling the smart work as well, the way she gets across there. A lot of batters probably get locked in their stance and get hit by this ball. But anything down the leg side will be a wide, unless it's between the batter and the stumps. This one will also be a wide, as there's been slight overcorrection. This is Pratana coming on to bowl the 6th over.
Yeah, that's something else that does very well. She goes side to side in the crease very quickly and just opens up those different areas. It's not always the easiest when the ball's looping. It's coming quite slowly to step inside it. She also steps across to the offside very well, and that's again fielded by Vikberg. You can see Gothenburg, they just don't want anything to fly past them today. They're being brave as well. It's not easy when it's been chopped hard. It's bouncing on that pitch to get your hands up and make sure to get your face out of the way, but Vikberg did well on that occasion.
Yeah, it's actually probably been better, the balls that have come higher to her with some issues. I suppose she's quite tall, so yeah, getting down to the ground. I mean, you're pretty tall as well. How do you find getting down to earth sometimes?
Troubling. That's why you never see me play the sweep shot. And yeah, it's hard when you've got, especially girls often have long legs. If they're tall, it's because they've got long legs. And trying to get all the legs in the right place to go in the long barriers is difficult. But Vikberg's doing well here. She's on the chase again.
Right on cue.
Yeah.
Does really well. Sweeps away with a one-handed pickup.
But, I mean, you're relatively tall as well, especially for a wicket keeper.
I found, I think, training myself over many years to the amount of crouching I've done. I think I mentioned that story how tall or something, and they said, actually, you're fine because all your other muscles are unreasonably strong. Yeah. So for me, I seem to have, I was really lucky actually as a keeper that I never really had problems with my knees. A lot of keepers have problems with either the back or their knees because it's an unreasonable amount of kind of squats you're doing. So depending on how early it is in the morning, I seem to be okay. And also, I was never a big believer in warm-ups.
Oh, absolutely not.
Just got out of control after a while. Someone was in charge of them. They suddenly became longer than the game.
Yeah, I feel you.
Just give me 5 minutes and I'm good to go.
I've never been a fan of warm-ups or cool-downs, and that's probably why I struggle sometimes. But
I tell you, the one that got me, when I was last playing and this is all coming in, I was like, it looks like Pratana's got a bit of an issue here, maybe with her calf. And she says, I'm fine to continue, but she definitely was feeling for it. Pretty good ball, actually, this one. Again, this is the difference, I suppose, with these two able to get a run out of that, whereas probably yesterday Gothenburg CC struggled to score off that kind of delivery or maybe even keep it out. Bales came off there, I'm not quite sure how. She's definitely a bit bothered, isn't she?
Yeah, you can see she's not really putting much weight on it, which is not ideal when you're going into bowling. I mean, she's just gingerly kind of placing her foot down. She's still bowling well, though.
Vikberg does well. It's a bit of a Tortuga there, bit of a tough bounce, but she will keep it to a single. That'll be the end of 6. So Pratana does get through the over, concedes 10, and the opening partnership continues, 63 without loss after 6. Yeah, so we had at least sports scientists at the time saying, okay, yeah, ice baths are the thing. And they were putting us in these ice baths that were, I would say, dangerously cold, with like minus plenty. And we were just we were doing it, and okay, fine. Then, like, kind of 3 years later, like, oh yeah, so the science has come back, that doesn't work. I was like, hold on a sec.
But
We had burns.
They're often like, oh, you know, go in a warm bath for your muscles, then go in an ice bath, and yeah, I feel it's all a bit of hokum.
Yeah. I mean, they got some more coaches than players these days.
Yeah.
Not trying to talk anyone out of the job, but I'm just saying. Looks like we're ready for over number 7. Diwa Chamto will bowl a second over.
Chamto, Diwa, the younger of the two Chamtos, she's just 16 years old. So again, especially in the Gothenburg side, they've got several teenagers who are just learning their way in the game.
This one's a bit short. I think else will be disappointed. She misses out on this. Decides to play it front foot. Could have gone either, to be honest. There's a lot of pace to work with. It's go time now, I think, for these two. With 4 overs to go. Might as well go at everything. It's a good ball, though. It comes back and almost takes out the stumps. Bit of seam movement there for Diwa Chamto. Unlucky not to take a wicket.
Yeah, brilliant delivery. And just deceived by the bounce as well. Look for all the world to take the stumps. I just went centimetres over middle stump. Yeah, I'd like to see these two going for it. Maybe if they try and go for it and don't achieve it and they're still there, I'd I'd quite like to see a retirement.
You could actually see that move off the bounce prodigiously left to right. Well, speaking of left to right, that's where this one goes. Gets away from Chamto and then the keeper, Rana. It's Matilda that does the fielding down there. So it will be a wide plus a couple of extras. Yeah, look at Matilda's hand, actually. It would have been Matilda before that was down there on the fine leg boundary. A long way from us, but yeah, obviously maybe took a bit of a knock. She's got that left hand pretty heavily bandaged. Yeah, so I suppose, yeah, put myself in Elsa's head here. This is where, you know, if you're ever going to hit a 6, now's the time. Now's the time to probably, you know, that kind of ball. She does whip very well off her legs, so maybe it's time to kind of step across and try and elevate rather than just be happy to knock a 1. Rana is being pretty aggressive here. Once again, finds the fielder in the circle. Remember, no difference in our regulations as far as how many fielders you're allowed out of the circle between women's and men's. Always 5 fielders maximum, whether it's women's or men's. It's after the end of the 3 over power play.
I think Elsa does have the ability to go a bit more aggressive. It's just a case of altering that mindset as well. That one is knocked away nicely. There is a fielder there, should be stopped, and it's well done there on the fine leg boundary. But I know it's a mindset thing because I was also, a few years ago, a 17-year-old batter, and you just don't want to get out, and you don't want to be crying on the sidelines because you've got out. But in these T10 games, getting out it's okay. It's no big deal, especially when you've already got yourself in and your team into such a good position as the 70 comes up at the end of the 7th. If you don't kind of back yourself and just say, you know what, screw it now, then you're never gonna, because there's 3 overs left. You've got all 10 wickets in hand.
Yeah.
They could probably stop now and still back themselves to try and defend this. So if they're not going to go now, it's kind of like, well, when are you going to do it? So that would be kind of my challenge to Elsa and to Kanchan at the other end. Just go for it, gamble, and if you get out, you get out, and then someone else gets a go. And that's also a good result for your team. At the moment, they're going along really nicely, but just try something different, see what happens. As we're trying something different this year with the emerging division coming to the ECS-W for the first time.
Bring it, more the merrier.
Yeah.
15 countries this time. It's grown from just 5 countries in the first edition, and of course we added the Challenge division last year, and now to have the emerging division, I think is sensational for the development of the women's game in Europe. Anyway, we go back to on field. Here Chamto to bowl over number 8. First one bludgeoned down the ground by Rana. I mean, they have improved a lot. I think the extras count's been down a fair bit. Feels that way anyway compared to yesterday. God, I normally say if you win the battle with 20 with the extras at this level, you're doing pretty well. We've had 14 so far.
And it was 20 in that first game yesterday, so they have tightened up. We've got to bear in mind they're going to be pretty tired as well. It was a long day here for them. They're not always going to be used to playing back-to-back games Saturday, Sunday.
Hello to Scotty from the ECN Supporters Club Australia. Happy Sunday to you. Hopefully you're well. Notice Monty Luce is in as well. All right, in the air. Oh, is this going to fall safely? Oh, it's almost an incredible caught and bowled there for Chamto, who had to go turn around on a dime and run with the flight of the ball. I mean, that would have been a sensational catch if she'd pulled it off.
Yeah, she's disappointed, but I think she realised after that she did well enough to try and get near there. Last minute, just kind of didn't back herself to take the catch and just withdrew her hands a bit. Realised her mistake afterwards.
Probably a little bit worried what might have been coming the other way. Oh, it's a good ball, this one. Does that look at this one, hit the seam and just leave down under. It's a nice bit of bowling. Again, a bit unlucky not to maybe get a little bit of a nick on this.
Felt like a proper leg spin delivery.
Yeah, it's turned that way. I just think I think there was seam up. Just hit the seam and left a lot.
You see that quite a lot, especially with women when they haven't got the biggest of hands. It's quite often difficult for them to hold the ball along the seam, so they end up kind of holding it more like a rock, and then it does come out the side of their hand, so they get the natural leg spin.
Rolls out the side. Yeah, you're right.
And that's what looks like what's happening for Maria here. I mean, it's working well for her.
Good example of that's Maria Isan. Oh, it's a nick that's going to fly away, and Matilda does get a bit of that sore hand on it. Unfortunately, it doesn't slow it down enough, and it'll run away to the boundary. End of the over at 78 without loss.
It's unfortunate that Haria didn't pick up a wicket, because I think she's bowled some brilliant deliveries, ones that just nibbled off the seam. Unless we get the zoom in, we're not too sure how it's coming out the hand, but certainly she delivered 2 good overs. One unfortunate to end it with the 4 there. 78 now on the board for Malmo, who says there's 2 overs left. So I want them to do something here, Vinny. I want them to either go big, or to retire, something. Because I feel like at the moment they can just, they could probably do this all day.
Game's drifting.
Yeah.
Yeah. I see what you're saying. And considering, I suppose when they did bat the 10 overs yesterday, they put on a lot of runs, put 123, so it's a much improved effort. Expected to score 101 right now. Go to the 9th, and first one from Imali Jayasuriya gets past down under. So yeah, I mean, look, if they were to keep it to, let's say you have a really good couple of overs here and you keep it to 90. Let's think of that way. No extras, and you just give them, let's say, run a ball. Can you chase that? Can you chase that? Can you've got an achievable target. You're going to have to hustle, particularly with the running between the wickets. You're going to have to take a few risks. But, you know, someone like a Jayasuriya get going. No, they will take the turn. They'll do something against it. Probably lucky in the end, because it would have been a run out. Well, they'd gone.
They scored 47 and 49 yesterday at Gothenburg, and I think we agreed on both games. If they ran a bit more with intent, they could have added 20, 25 runs.
They left plenty out there.
Yeah, and then you're suddenly going up to 70, 80, and then, you know, anything could happen. This is the best chance they've got so far to try and chase down this total.
Yeah, true. Yeah, could we have another case of potentially a team winning a game without taking a wicket? We haven't seen it so often when chasing teams have been 0 down but lost. Again, they'll go on the hit. It's just that certainty that every time they hit the ball, they're going to run, which is something. It's a nice place to have. The field's kind of pushed back on the edge of the circle, or they're on the boundary. Rana, she'll really be trying to up the ante here. And she does, gets a big piece of this, and it will get away from Somashaker on the boundary. So that's some of the power that we've seen from Rana. 4 carreras.
That's the shot we know she can play. And that's why I just wish she played it 5 overs earlier, because she gets a lot of power from someone who's not the tallest. Got a nice middle on that bat. It was a tough stop on the boundary, and Rashmi wasn't able to.
Yep, she'll want to double down here as well. Last ball of the 9th. Short and hit straight. She's kind of had a constant battle with that mid-on fielder, Sophia Jasmine. There's a lot of balls that runners hit to her. That'll be the end of the 9th over. She'll retain the strike, and the score is 86 without loss.
Well, she's got an outside chance here of trying to get her maiden half century. She fell just a couple of runs short yesterday. 3 of them, finished 47 off 30. She's 36 off 23 here, so almost an identical innings. Same with Elsa. She finished 36 off 21. She's currently 35 off 31. So again, she's gone a bit slower, and I'd hope that as you go throughout the series, you actually try and build on it rather than going a bit within your shell, which maybe is to say that Gothenburg have bowled better this morning as well.
Yeah,
haven't given Elsa that cut shot that she likes.
Yeah, that's true. I think that they've bowled pretty well. They've been pretty good with the length as well. They took the importance of length, and at least trying to draw them forward, maybe into an error. We've seen a couple of pop-ups, haven't we? Rashmi Somashaker to bowl the 10th. It's a good example. This ball's pitched up and on the stumps. Just be happy with the one. Yeah, so it's time to put up with the bat now. I think you're going to be chasing basically 10 and over, 9 to 10 and over. You need to be treating every over like you need 10. You know, you can't really kick the can down the road. If that rate gets up above to a ball or something, it's not gonna happen. Well, this could be out. I think it will be out. We'll have a check here, yeah. And I think the umpire's going to call for it, but I don't think she makes it. It's a good bit of keeping in the end to recover in time. There's the replay. It tells you the story. So well done by Vani. That was quite a vicious bounce that she got. So she knocked it up and then recovered. And so we do have a run out breaking the partnership once again. It'll finish at 86. It's 86 for 1.
It was a bit sleepy between the two batters. And I think Rana, if she went straight away, she would have been absolutely fine because Elsa wasn't looking. She set off. She was always going to the safe end. In the end, a good throw in and just reward for Gothenburg to pick up 1 wicket because they have been plugging away for these 9.2 overs so far. And I didn't think they should end the innings without at least picking up 1 wicket.
So Rashmi did well to beat the bat, created that wicket. Gives us a look at Bogdanova. She really impressed me yesterday as well. Again, I would have liked to have seen a bit more of her. I mean, she's someone maybe I'd like to see her open in the second match. I think she's a good natural striker of the ball. So Thailander should be going for it. Just 3 balls left now. And she does. Again, she's got such good hand-eye coordination. That's not an easy shot. Pretty much slapping a ball from middle stump away to the leg side.
She has the right technique as well because it's difficult on this bouncy AstroTurf pitch to play those front foot drives, which I'm sure she's learnt in England. But when you come to a bouncy Astro, you have to adapt and play those cross-bat shots.
Yeah, Bogdanova. I'd love to see more of her. I'm going to go for 2 here. Good throw will be out, and it will be out. Very quick hands from Somashaker. So Thailander doing the team thing, trying to push for every run possible. She'll be run out, this time by a bit more than yesterday. And a nicely executed piece of fielding from Gothenburg CC. They have definitely gone up a notch or 2 today. It'll be 90 for 2 with the ball remaining.
Yeah, excellent fielding, and maybe this is exactly why Malmöhus didn't accelerate earlier, because they know Gothenburg, when they get the throws in, actually they're pretty lethal. It was well collected there by Rashmi, did the rest. But Elsa, I'm glad that she tried to accelerate towards the end because she was there a long time, 36 off 33. Another great innings from her.
Yeah, batted well, but they did keep her a bit more quiet today, didn't they? Last ball coming up, and it's going to be bowled. So we do get a wicket to the bowlers as Somashaker knocks over the timber. So a good finish from Gothenburg CC. I mean, they do keep it to 90. It's a brilliant last couple of overs. The 9th from Joe Siri only went for 8. The last over, it was 3 wickets, 4 runs scored. And so the victory target for Gothenburg CC will be 91. And, well, I see that they've just walked out the new batter, and it's going to be a short innings because I'm pretty sure that is it. I don't think I've ever seen this. Yeah, it's definitely over. And at what point will they realise, if they do bowl this next ball, it won't count anyway. So look, here it comes. There you go.
Let them bowl it.
Anyway, I'd like to see them at least bowl the ball anyway. Like, they're out there. I mean, she's had to go out there and face up. Yeah.
That's exactly what she's saying there, I think. She's like, let me do it, come on.
But it's kind of illustrating your point, isn't it? That it seemed like the openers could have batted forever if they'd wanted. But in the end, plenty of smiles, and that's really what ECS cricket's all about anyway. There's a pretty good effort from Gothenburg CC, restricts Malmöhus to 90 for 3. And you got 2 batters out there. Neither faced a ball, but they walk off like heroes. And 90 on the board for Malmöhus after winning the toss.
The bats are being raised. The bats are being raised to all 4 corners of the ground. The adulation of the crowd. Well, it started with a mystery cap, didn't it? Stanley, come and collect your cap, please, sir. But when we did get into the action then, it was the regular openers of the Lander and Rana who were doing the damage. There was a bit of damage done between the helmet and shoulder, as it was the wicket-keeper, Vanni Rana, just shook herself off and carried on. And, well, that was the key for Gothenburg, actually, is they didn't have the best day yesterday. It was a bit punishing, but they kept on going, kept on plugging away. And Vikberg, well, she was in a bit of a hot spot. She was more successful at stopping as the others. And, well, that was an unsuccessful one. But it was good to see Gothenburg were throwing everything on the line. But they were coming up against 2 batters full of confidence who, again, put on a commanding opening partnership.
Yeah, and look, I think one big indicator in these innings was the amount of 4s that were hit compared to when we saw Malmöhus batting yesterday. They hit 15 4s in the first game yesterday. Today, they only hit 7. So I think that just showed there were a lot less boundary balls that were hit. And I also think the ground fielding was a lot better, because there certainly were quite a few that probably could have gone through to the boundary, but they were stopped. This was the first wicket. Rana, again, just trying to pinch the strike. good to see that they were getting a bit more aggressive towards the end. So she was run out by Vani Rana behind the stumps. And another very good piece of fielding here. That was Harriet Chapto that fired the ball back in to Somasheka to run out Thailander. So both the openers getting run out. Bogdanova, she came out and she struck the ball pretty well a couple of times. Couldn't quite find the boundary. She was bowled off what was the last ball, and eventually that was realised as one of the most unusual innings I've ever seen at the very end. It's good. There's Parveen, who walks off undefeated and also unchallenged, as there was Yusuf at the other end. She didn't face either. 36 off 33 for Elsa Thailander. Again, looks a very, very good player, doesn't she? But I suppose only 2 boundaries out of those 33 balls. Said that they bowled a lot better to her today. Rana, once again impressed with 38 off 25. She hit 5 boundaries in her innings. Extras, brilliant, I think. You know, weren't any in the last couple of overs, just 14. So a much improved performance for Gothenburg CC there. And yeah, we said it. Can you keep it to 90? The answer is yes, they do that by only conceding a run a ball in the last 2 overs. But now with the bat, it's kind of time to put up, isn't it? It's time to basically, you know, find that hustle. I know it's not going to be easy because they have some good bowling options. Malmahus. Thought Somasheka was excellent, 1 for 9 of her 2 overs, and also shout out to Jayasuriya, who bowled a very tight 9th over as well. And yeah, the extras dried up, the runs dried up a little bit, but still obviously a challenging chase for Gothenburg CC.
It certainly is challenging, but I think this is the best opportunity they've had so far. There will be a lot of pressure on the likes of Himali Jayasuriya to get the runs early on. We know she can do it. She's shown the power, and it's just going to be a case of can she do it and sustain it over the 10 overs. I think if they just stick around there, try and get Malmahus into a few false deliveries, and you never know, stranger things have happened, but at least we don't have too long to wait with just the 5 to 10 minute break now, and then Gothenburg will be back, and they've got to keep the series alive as well.
Yeah, and the other thing, I'd rather see them get bowled out going for it than just finish on 50 for 5. You know, I'd love to see them actually have a real dip at this and treat every over like it's last, and try and get that 9 runs off every over. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo with Tina Goff. We'll take a break. We'll see the chase very shortly with Gothenburg CC needing 91 for victory. Hope you're enjoying your Sunday. We're back with more action after the break here in the European Cricket Series.
just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello cricket lovers and welcome back to Landskrona in Sweden, where we are currently watching match number 3 in the ECS-W. Malmö, who's putting 90 on the board. That means 63 or less. If they could restrict Gothenburg CC to that, they'll take all 4 points again. And they did that twice yesterday. And you can work out the calculation yourself, actually. 70% of 90 is 63 exactly. So Gothenburg CC searching for their first point and ideally their first win of this series. It's a challenging chase, but I think it's a chase that if they apply themselves, it's possible. I suppose one of the issues they've got is a very strong bowling attack for Malmöhus, and also they were guns in the field. And were hovering in the infield, trying to protect every single run yesterday. So yeah, it should be a pretty interesting second innings. Looks like it's going to be Rashmi Somashekar that's opening up out there with Petra Wikberg. And a warm welcome back to everyone watching on Fancode in the subcontinent and that might be watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. Just waiting to get underway here in the second innings. Jumper will be opening the bowling for Malmöhus. Get ready, get set, let's go. 91 to win. First one is kept out. But this is kind of what I said earlier, is that you need to try and win this game, not just, I suppose, save face. And so I said, rather they get bowled out going for it than kind of hover to 40 or 50. We saw pretty similar scores yesterday, 47-49. Again, here, just happy to take the dot. And yes, it's a good ball from Jumper, but this game will disappear very, very quickly. So I'd be treating every over like you need 9. It's a simple strategy. You can even afford to lose a wicket and over. This one's hit quite nicely from Somashekar, so she's off the mark. So yeah, it's uncomfortable, I suppose, risking a wicket, but I think it's something that you need to do if you're going to make a game of this. So Wikberg, I know that she'd like to get amongst the runs. Jumper though, been on target so far. Turned around the corner nicely. Again, I like the way that it seems a bit more positivity in the running already. Somashekar backing up and hustling through. But like I said, Malmöhus, they're not giving you too many loose deliveries based on what we saw yesterday. Let's turn around the corner as well. Malmöhus actually were pretty good yesterday in the field. I thought something that was notably different between the two teams. Gothenburg CC today, though, they were much improved. this is a good example. That's a run there. You know, that just because it's a block doesn't mean it's an automatic no run. It falls into space. So just a big stop sign went up from Petra. But that's one, I think, if you get run out, then so be it. That it will be the end of the over. 3 without loss after one jumper with a pretty tight one. One time to raise the bat for us, I suppose. 50 matches since our last Golden Ball, which was on ECS Men's Finals Day in Jersey, the Liberation Series, on Liberation Day, actually, the 9th of May. That was an incredible day of cricket. In fact, finished with a highest ever chase as well. Oh, that one's pretty close, and it's gone. Rusama Shaker gets hit on the full here. Rana with the ball. Got this one to swing and looked middle stump to middle stump. I think it was a pretty easy decision for the umpire. So Gothenburg, they lose their first wicket. And the score is 3 for 1 as Tina Goff comes back into the commentary igloo.
Yeah, dangerous step across the stumps there, and maybe just does she get a little bit of bat on it? It's difficult to tell. It certainly was in front of leg stump.
Yeah, I don't think so. And I think that's just going to go straight on from that point. It just misses a full toss. But this is without the movement, this probably is going down leg, but you can just see the fact that it does shape a little bit, and I think that is the right decision. So Summer Shaker will be disappointed. Goes for 2 off 5, 3 for 1 after 7 balls in the chase as Harit Chamto comes out at number 3. That's a good ball as well. So yeah, again, already that rate has jumped up. It'll be 10 and over now. So it's just one of those things you need to at least stay on the horse as long as you can. That's a little nick, that'll help. But again, I like the fielding position down there. Down to Bogdanova. Only a single. Terry's watching Eurovision, and we'll say no spoilers. Okay. But Terry, tell us when you've seen it and we can have a chat.
Well, it's quite a long show, isn't it? So I don't know if he's going fast forward, Terry, because there's a lot of chit-chat in between.
Surely he's just watching the songs. We'll flick away, but straight to that short mid-wicket where Parveen does the fielding. Parveen had a pretty interesting innings that wasn't at the end of the 10 overs. She went out face ball, but then they realised that was it.
Who's still going with their frontline bowlers here. Really want to just get the 3rd win in the bag, and why not? So that one's nicely clipped away. The chase is on. Should just slow up. And it is Marian Yusuf. Puts in a good throw. Still managed to get through for 2, though.
Yeah, nice bit of timing there, wasn't it? And Vic Berg, can she get going? Rana is a player we have seen in Swedish colours and should be gunning for a spot in the ECS-W this year. Of course, Sweden, part of the emerging division, I think one of the favourites. It's going to be a call to wide. I've just got a feeling this was straight over the line, though. I think umpires all week, they've been pretty brutal on the bowlers. I think it's getting a piece of the line. Anyway, Oktay says, bowl it again. This one is on the stumps. Oh, well, I've got a big run-out opportunity here. You're not going to be able to pick up the ball there, Rana heading back to the stumps. The Chamto just over-committing from the non-strikers end. Have a look here. Just kind of went on the strength of the hit. She's watching the ball, not her partner. If she was watching her partner, she would have turned around quicker. Kind of got yorked by the throw there. And Rana, who misses out on that opportunity. Gothenburg CC, 7 for 1 after 2.
She just couldn't pick up the ball cleanly. Reminded me of someone trying to chase after an errant ping pong ball. You know? So there's nothing elegant about that. And she was just scratching along the ground, couldn't get it by the time she picked it up. The batter was safely home.
That's a good ball.
Zara.
Zara is a weapon with the ball, isn't she? Yeah, it reminds me of, you know, all those game shows where they put them in like a wind tunnel and they release a bunch of cash. You just have to grab at what you can grab at. Anyway, Zara, just off a short run. She generates a lot of pace. Yeah, and to be honest, the question would be, would she need to bowl any faster?
Yeah.
Probably not. I mean, I suppose just for the fact that the pitch is the same size for men and women, it's very hard to trouble someone with sheer pace, I think, in women's cricket.
Yeah.
Because women have the same reaction time as men. Ooh. Yeah, I like entertaining things, and Elsa's given us a good one here. There she goes, throw the ball back, and it's a bit of a fail. Yep.
You must have done that in your time. Blames the gloves.
Ah, yeah.
Blames the gloves.
Class keeping. Blaming the glove. Straight
What
away.
are these things on my hands?
And let's see if she gets it right this time. Yep, that's better. We've seen some good throws on the network. This isn't one of them. Watch out. I love it. Like she's wearing the helmet because she didn't see where it went.
Oh, everyone else just didn't see what happened either, but the camera's got you, Elsa.
Camera's got you, Elsa. We got you. That's a good ball once again from Zara Mohammed. So they're really shutting things down. It's already quarter of this innings. That's down. They're running on 36 pace at the moment. But beautiful bit of bowling, shaping away and beating the outside edge.
I can tell you that.
Ooh.
Yeah, well, there's obviously birds around here, and Stanley's gone a bit quiet, hasn't he?
Stanley has gone quiet. It is the weekend. Zara bowling in the cap. That's what she likes to do. Working for her at the moment. Been very tight. Just 2 wides in the over, nothing off the bat. Again. Oh, Stanley.
Which one? Both of them? We are all Stanley?
Is this wide?
Well, there's the guilty look from Zara. It just angled away quite sharply.
This one will be a wide. Whole ball missing the whole line.
I feel like ECN needs to employ an explainer, and the explainer just stands somewhere near the general public. So when the likes of Stanley and Stanley walk past, you'll be like, "Oh, welcome to ECN cricket."
It's a good conversation that they're having there anyway. They've got plenty to talk about. Good to see them actually stop and having a watch, though. Yeah, the ECN explainer. Who would get that role?
It would be like a, like a compare at a circus or something. You'd be like a ringmaster, and he would, just go and talk to members of the general public and say, "Oh, it looks like you're interested." Like the Clippy from Microsoft
Clippy.
Word. You're like, "It looks like you're interested in European cricket. Would you like me to explain the laws?"
I've got a relationship bombshell.
Uh-oh.
As looks like the cricket might have broken up what could have been a 50 or 60-year marriage there, because they're walking in opposite directions. It's the end of the 3rd over. There is a 1 run off that last ball. Yeah, we got to walk away, folks. She's a walker. I wonder what he said that precipitated that. 3, 4, and 6 in the power play. So Mahmoud's making it pretty difficult. All right, here's the fun bowler to watch. Maria Isan to bowl right arm moon balls. And, they're pretty effective. She's very, very good with her control yesterday. It just makes her a really awkward kind of customer. Gets right up above the eye line. See how Chamto approaches her. Nice footwork. It's on the half volley. Knocked down the ground. Can they get 1? Again, they're not really ever looking for 2. I think that Petra was pretty slow to go in the first place. I think a little bit worried that the fielder was up in the circle. Again, that's just a bit of an awareness thing. Even when you're not batting, have a look where the fielders are, especially if you're non-strikers. Then have a look, is the mid-on, mid-off up, or are they back? Goes for this one, does Petra. Nice aggressive shot. Doesn't quite get the contact she would have liked, but it's nice to see that kind of intent.
Yeah, I think actually, in a strange way, Gothenburg have shown almost more intent with the bat than Marmahus have. They aren't afraid to swing. And they aren't afraid to go a bit aggressive, and she goes aggressive down the ground again. Gets hold of it, more of this one. It just plugs a little in the pitch, and Sara Iqbal does the fielding.
Yeah, it's a good shot again. Again, probably not quite out of the middle of the bat, but that's a real 6 opportunity if you play a shot like that and you do get it out of the screws. Isan, 4 singles off her over so far. in good kind of middle length. Petra gets slow to go. But that's a good example of running between the wickets there. Because anything behind the wicket, typically it's not striker's call because they can see, and maybe you can't. You can see it because it is a miss hit. Petra kind of has a look at the ball for a second, but Chapto was running to the danger end, hustles through for the single. Gets your batting partner just off the rack as well if you can get them off strike. You don't want these big strings of dot balls which can kind of kill your run rate. That's pretty good over that one from Isan, all things considered. 6 singles off the over, no extras. It's 19 for 1 after 4.
These two just ticking along nicely. They've certainly shown more intent than yesterday, and we said the difference between the two sides yesterday was the running in the batting innings. And certainly here, Gothenburg have learnt from maybe those 20-30 runs they left out there yesterday with basically just being able to hit and run. And that's exactly what they did in that over. It's interesting actually that Imali Jayasuriya, the captain, she hasn't batted in the top 3. I would have thought, given that this is maybe the opportunity for them to chase down the run, she could have come in a bit higher.
Yeah, definitely. It's nice to see some pretty firmly struck shots here. Again, they're going to look for 2 here. Throw comes whistling in. Again, they would have got it. They might still get it. These are the kind of ones I think where Berg's pretty quick between the wickets. And she was looking for it, but you see that might have been Chapto that put the stop sign up. Need to make them force a run out there. Wouldn't have been an easy one at all. Nice shot, good footwork there from Vic Berg, who gets cross. And nice to see Sarah Iqbal in the lineup as well today. Yes. Marie round the corner. Dalgard, a pretty experienced left arm spinner. Tosses this one up. Doesn't leave the blue pitch. I'm going to miss the blue pitch.
I feel like, Vinny, I can't go back. Stanley.
Ooh, hold on a second.
Hello.
That is a Stanley proper chance, I think. It's not a seagull. It's not an 80-year-old man.
That's a human man.
That wouldn't know how to use a YouTube chat. That could be Stanley.
Is that a visor he's wearing, or is that a cap? I think it's a visor, isn't it?
Because you're closer, do you want to go over there and ask him if he's Stanley? Is it time? It's a good 100-meter walk. But you're still an athlete. Think of it like you're training.
Oh, he's on the move again.
Yeah.
Maybe he's got an earpiece.
I don't want to shout like, Stella! Stanley! Oh, I think that's Stanley. I'm convinced.
Well, there's only one way to find out, Vinny. Go with your conviction. Well, that one's going to go to the boundary.
Yeah, Marie round the corner. Unfortunately, he offered a little bit of a boot at this, but no, it's going to go away for 4. So, first boundary of the innings. Nappy Stanley?
You got to offer a boot to the ball there. Well, Marie tried to, but just bobbled away, didn't it? It's a bit of a hill down there. Went down the slope, said hello to Stanley, and that one's been crunched away. That's a brilliant shot by Haria Chamto. Construction corner, there we go. It's lesser-sighted construction corner. It is, of course, Sunday. It's a day of rest.
Yeah, and good luck getting that one. There is Sarah, just talking about her a minute ago. And she says, no, I don't think I'll get that one. That one belongs to the Construction Corner Cricket Club now. Yeah, Marie, the ball before, trying the Uri Geller method of like trying to bend a spoon with her mind. They're not getting past it. And a genuine cover drive. Best shot of the innings so far by far. So 30 for 1 after 5. So again, the intent comes, but is this game already crept out of control? You can see right now that we are in Sweden here, but also cricket from Estonia. Bulgaria, again, putting up a fight, still trying to win their first game. Looks like they might have just crept out of contention. That's live right now. I think they might have just been the last moments of that game as well. So Mehta taking a good catch there. And you can see there, 61 for 2. Still needing about 20-something of 4 balls. So Parveen hitting the ball here. And I suppose this is the opportunity now for Malmahus to try out some other bowlers that we maybe haven't seen so far. So Parveen, who unfortunately didn't get a bat despite walking out there. Oh, that's quite tight. It's a very good piece of keeping, actually, because he had to wait for it to come. I just got to... She's probably back, but I'm not so sure. Oh, we can't really see. I mean, is the bat in the air there? Let's have a look. Oh, double blocked angle. I think it's going to be not out, but I got a nice sneaking suspicion as it is just out.
Yeah.
But I don't think you have any evidence there to overturn it. Has been given out, so maybe the umpire's call was out in the first place. I mean, you can just kind of tell that the bails are off.
Yeah, you can kind of stitch those two angles together and think, yeah, well, unless the batter's got a left notch out of it, it's probably going to be up in the air. Still good work from Elsa behind the stumps.
Yeah, let's have a look here. There. I haven't seen a hat trick of blocked camera angles for a long time, but Vickberg, in the end, she gets done by the flight of Parveen, who has a wicket, and the partnership comes to an end. It's 30 for 2.
This is why we were calling out for new bowlers to have a go here, because they're often the ones that get the wickets, and that's exactly what Parveen has done here. Just tempted Vickberg forward with one of those dangerous moon balls. Does the job, and Elsa behind the stumps whips the bails off, and despite the hat trick of blocking, because I'm pretty sure that was a legitimate stumping there, but in comes the captain with a crunching shot like that to start off. Maybe she should have come in a bit earlier, but it was good fielding and good goalkeeping there on the boundary, because I think that was goalward bound. Yeah,
I mean, Jayasuriya comes out, the rate's already crept up to 13 and over. You know, it just seems a bit of a missed opportunity. That's a nice shot, though, in the air. It won't be a catching opportunity. Just run past, going to come back for 2 against us. Good running there. Jayasuriya hustling back to the non-strikers end. You can see that this first ball Jayasuriya hit. Just absolutely pounded it. So, and you look at even, you know, Rashmi Somashekh's experience, but ends up going 2 or 5, you know, blocks a few and then gets out anyway. So, yeah, you probably have to be a bit braver, a bit quicker. They'll get a couple of free runs here. Elsa not able to not able to make the block. I was going to say, I thought there might have been a bit of an appeal here for obstructing the field. It was some sort of appeal, I thought. She kind of knows it's coming. I think she's actually running to get out of the way of it, which does a bad job. This is hit pretty hard again, though. I mean, that's such a hot spot down there. Zara Mohammed then hits the stumps. That's an incredible piece of fielding from Zara. So what looks like a likely 4 turns into a 1, and even then only barely. Let's just check. Is the bat down here? Yeah, luckily it is. But very clean pair of hands out there.
Yeah, such a good pick up and throw. It came sharply at her. Not only did she take it cleanly, but just threw down the stumps from 50 metres. Hello. Parveen just reminding Amali, the captain, to stay right where she is until the ball's been bowled.
I think that's nice to give a warning, I think. Oh, another tight one. So let's have a look at this one. Again, this is pretty tight. Elsa very quick to get the bails off. I think that one, I think you can give it out for me. I think that the bat's still in the air, hasn't landed yet, and that will be another stumping for Thailander. So now this time, there's no doubt for me. And then see, is that bat on the ground though? Am I seeing things?
I think the previous frame, the bails are already whipped off, aren't they? There, yeah. I think that's up in the air. And then the next one, it goes down.
It's very tight, but I think the right decision's made, and it will be a wicket for Parveen. Once again, she gets 2 in the over. And with a little bit of help from her keeper there, Elsa Thailander, very, very tidy behind the wickets. That will be the 3rd wicket down, 36 for 3 after 6 overs. She does really well there to wait till the ball passes the stumps. I know there's the kind of desire to snatch at that because it's coming reasonably slowly, but you cannot break the plane of the stumps or go in front of the stumps before the ball has passed the stumps in that circumstance. Okay, back to Maria here in over number 7. That one is asking for it. It'll be a long chase, an unsuccessful chase. So Jayasuriya, she is a genuine boundary hitting threat. She's able to turn that one away from the fielder for 4 runs.
Yeah, and the game yesterday, we saw the selfless captaincy of Rana not getting herself to the maiden half century. And I feel like we've got the selfless captaincy of Imali here. Had she opened, I think it might have been a different game. At least give herself and her side a chance of chasing down this total.
Doesn't really get too much of this one. I mean, the rate required 13 and over. And if they were to bowl a few extras and a couple of boundaries and over, it's still very much on, but it just feels a little bit beyond them. I suppose time and tell. Okay, Tim wants to know about the Stanley story.
He's got Stanley FOMO.
Yeah, if you've just joined us, we had a viewer who's local that was in the chat and said, I live just around the corner. His name was Stanley. He probably still is. And he said he'd come down and watch, and he actually has come down and watched a couple of times.
Allegedly.
So he says, and he's been watching from the road behind, or little path behind, when we see people walking past. We said, no, come to the igloo, come and say hi. I even told him how to get around the security. All right, could be another one. This one does look more out to me. I think the foot drags here. Could it be a third stumping for Elsa? Yeah, that's out.
Bales go absolutely flying as well.
Yeah,
Love
you
that.
can see there the foot hasn't come down yet. And so another lightning bit of work from young Elsa. Octite probably had a feeling it was out. You can see that the foot dragged. It lost contact with the ground. As that's Dewa Chamto who's going to be stumped now. And the wicket will go to Maria Isan. So it's 42 for 4.
Hat-trick of stumpings as well for Elsa Thalander. The news just breaks to the Mamahu side, and I think they're particularly happy for Maria Isan that she picks up a wicket. She bowled exceptionally yesterday, and while we've got a runner off the pitch, it's only the timer for the batter coming in who's slightly less in a hurry. That will be the end of Dewa Chamto. Great piece of glove work behind the stumps.
She does. Well, she starts very low, Elsa. And yeah, there's the bad news being given to young Chamto that she's out. Gets stumped very first ball. Isan just with that flight bamboozles her. Here's Jasmine coming in at number 6. He's deep in the crease this time and knocks one down to mid-on for a single, so Sophia's off the mark.
Yeah, so we have been on the lookout for Stanley.
Yeah.
We never sighted him with our own eyes. He never came to the igloo. He's since been in the chat saying, oh yeah, I was at the tree line on my bike. Like, Stanley.
Is it an elaborate hoax? Well, that's a proper Mooney, and it's been hit. Oh,
Someone else has been hit.
I mean, that throw was going a lot faster than the ball was in the first place. But yeah, that's the biggest moon so far from Isan. Should get a dot ball for it.
Almost has its own gravity, that one did.
Now you see it now, you don't. As Jayasuriya will work a single, and she will retain the strike. The score is 44 for 4. I suppose game within a game now. One thing you could cling on to is at least taking a point off Malmahus, who've taken every point on offer so far. You need 20 off the last 18 balls to do that.
Jayasuriya, her run rate at the moment, or strike rate, 8 off 6. So if she gets the majority of the balls in the last 3 overs, certainly not out of the picture to get that bonus point as we take a look at the final game coming to you from Sweden. As that one, I think that was the morning game, but the afternoon game will be coming in just about 70 minutes time, and it'll be the final game between these two sides. Of course, it seems now more or less certain that Malmahus have wrapped up the series. But Gothenburg inching, I'd say, closer and closer to a win. Maybe it'll be 4th time lucky for them. Someone's knocked away onto the 45. Well fielded though. Malmahus continue to impress in the field. The amount of direct hits, whether it's been a run out or not, has been impressive. And as Parveen, I think has been impressive as well. 2 for 7 so far. Still got 4 balls left to try and get another wicket. Shows a little impatience there at the top of the mark. The batter just needs her shoelaces tied.
They look on for 50 here, which isn't something they've done so far in the series, so that's something. But again, it's not one of these innings you feel they've just left a few runs on the table, partly with the running, partly with Jasria not opening. This will be a wide down leg side. This is Parveen coming back for a second over. Had 2 wickets in her first.
And when she gets it right, she's another one who's a dangerous bowler. Again, the 2 wickets she got just deceived the batters in the flight. It's a better delivery, and again, just slips under the bat of Sophia Jasmine. Elsa there lurking behind the stumps, ready to take what would be her 4th stumping.
Yeah, it's an awkward take as well for Telenda because the ball really does have this kind of tennis ball-like bounce at this pace. Jasmine likes to go deep in the crease, does it again here. Works it away for a single. Yeah. So I suppose, the margin's going to be closer in this game compared to the 2 games yesterday. Did quite well to restrict to 90.
Well, they are consistent in their scoring so far, Gothenburg. They scored 47 in their first game, 49. Stanley Jr.
That looks fun. Did you ever have the seat on the back of the bike?
That is a European staple.
Yeah. My dad used to take me on the back of the bike.
Have you seen those? And this is, I think, very much like a German, Northern European thing, those boat bikes where you have this massive container on the front and you just chuck the kids in there.
Really? Oh, okay. That's a shaggy little dog. It's well bowled by Parveen this time. She finishes with very, very good figures. 2 for 10 off her 2 overs. And Göteborg ECC, 48 for 4.
Yeah, well, they're 1 short of their joint highest. I was just saying 47 they scored in the first, 49 in the second game. They do still have the 2 overs here, though, to try and boost it up. They should certainly get the 50, maybe even try to push towards the 60. Well, if they have a big 2 overs, they can still get back to that consolation bonus point, the target for that in the 60s, 64. So they'd need 16 for that. Not out of the equation, especially with Imali. Sophia Jasmine doing relatively well. If you can just get back on ball here, get her captain back on strike. It's Zara who's going to bowl the 9th.
Yeah.
Cool, no ball. Yeah. Must have been a front foot fault, and well, Zara doesn't need to be so upset about it. Yeah, you can see good call there from the umpire. Maybe that's the freebie here that Gothenburg needs. They get the 50 up with that no ball, and they've got the chance with the free hit now.
Let's see if Jasmine can take it on. What's her strategy here? We'll get a wide there, so the free hit stays in play. '50's up for the first time then for Gothenburg CC. It's a free hit. Bet no one knows it. In the end, it won't be caught anyway. As knocked it over. Can't find the drop zone anyway. In the end, probably was going to be 1 either way. Some thoughts of a 2. They decide against it. It's good pace once again. Just slides in. Jasria, she'd gotten inside that one. It's probably wide down the leg side and a pretty challenging take for the keeper.
I reckon she could get even quicker, Zara, if she just stands a bit taller at the crease. She kind of falls away, crouches just a little, but she certainly gets a lot of speed.
She's a natural fast bowler. Yeah. You can just, it's one thing you can't really coach is pace. If you don't have that potential in the first place, some people just can't bowl quick. She can though. Loses it down leg side. Telena does well actually to make the stop. So we'll have a bit of a break here. Next game will be in around about an hour and a half time. I know we've had our lunch orders put in, so we'll let you know how that goes.
Mystery order, I think.
That's a good shot, isn't it? Uses the pace here well, and excellent bit of fielding. That's so frustrating, I think, for the batter when you hit a ball that well off a bowl that quick and you still only walk away with a single.
Captain to captain there as Kanchan Rana was the one tumbling away and doing, well, I wouldn't quite say goalkeeper, probably around a centre-back position there, patrolling the goal. Probably wouldn't have had the distance on it. Certainly would have gone for 4, though. Nice stop by Rana on the boundary.
11 off 8 for a point. Game within a game now. Let's see if they can walk away with something. It's going to be in the air momentarily. But again, good running. We are seeing, it's almost like, the urgency coming now, when maybe it would have been nice to see it even from the very first over. Can they at least take a point off of Malmöhus here? They need 10 off 7.
Well,
Again, an aggressive shot. It'll be a single in the end of the over. So 55 for 4 off 9 with 9 runs required for Gothenburg CC's first point of the series.
I think it was when you're on your break, we dubbed the, of course, we've got the golden ball tingle. When it's a game within a game, we call it the bonus ball buzz. So I feel the
like
buzz.
it.
I feel the buzz coming.
Yeah, for a BP thriller. I like it. The bonus point buzz.
Yeah, because you can't really call it the tingle when because it's not the golden ball. And when
That's great.
Yeah. It wasn't my invention. I can't remember. I think it might have been Paul in the chat.
Should leave you alone more often. Do you remember Google Buzz?
No.
The reason you don't is it was meant to be like a Facebook killer, and it was a real bust. That's the start time of the next game, which about 90 minutes away. Oh, no. Well, there's a way to do it. There's a way not to do it. And that was the second one. Sorry, Iqbal down there. Well, you mentioned the centre-back position. I don't think she'll be having many of the top football clubs on the phone after that one. It'll go away for 4 runs.
Straight through the legs.
5 off 5 for the point here. As this will be worked away again. Get a single here. Yeah, so just to let you know when our next game is actually in about an hour away, not an hour and a half. I was just getting a bit creative. There you go. It's 11:15 AM GMT, which is 1:15 in Central Europe. It's 4:45 in India. Join us for the 4th match of this ECS-W.
And the final game in Sweden.
Final game in the blue pitch.
Yeah.
For now.
I think we need to pack it up, roll it up, and take it with us.
The buzz is real. 4 off 3 for a point now. I think they've deserved the point in this game as well. But he's still got to do it. Jumper's not going to give it away very easily. She wants to continue the perfect run of picking up every point. Jasmine needs to at least get one here. We'll get one for the wide. So 3 off 3 now. The buzz is continuing.
I wonder if they know.
Hope so.
Yeah.
I think they do pretty well communicating this stuff.
Yeah.
That's why you see the field's up. They're like hyenas in that infield at the moment. Oh, we're bold though. Oh, gets called a wide, and it definitely wasn't.
The umpire wants the buzz. He wants the buzz. He can feel it. Oh, that was way inside the line.
It's a shocker, really. But anyway, good for the buzz. Yeah, Jumper with a confused face. Oh, there we go. It's in the air. That could be the point. In fact, it will be 4 runs. Cracking shot by Jasmine, who doubles her score. Goes up and over the infield. Cuatro carreras. And Gothenburg CC, they have their first point of this European cricket series.
Absolutely well deserved as well. And great to get there with a cracking shot. Cracked off the bat. 2 fielders there, but it just went over the head of Nita and skipped away 4 runs.
That's going to be more runs. That's going to be 4. Oh, where have you been all my life? I mean, so they end up going down by, well, they've still got a ball to go, but they're going to go down by less than 20 here. You just feel there's 20 runs that they've left out there. Oh, it's a cracking shot, this from Jasmine.
Well, with the greatest respect to the openers, I feel like if these 2 opened, it's a big if, but they've come out with such intent.
Openers, 10 off 17 balls. That will be it. So they'll go down 90 to 70 and a much better effort from Gothenburg CC. They do take a point away, but the win, and of course now we can say the series, goes to Malmöhus, who are just still a little bit too good, aren't they? But yeah, we wanted to see improvement from Gothenburg CC. We definitely saw it there. The final score, Malmöhus 90, Gothenburg CC 70 here in match 3.
I think Gothenburg can be very happy with that final flourish. 15 runs coming off the last over, including 3 boundaries given that there was only 6 boundaries in the whole innings for them. 3 of them come off the last 6 deliveries, so certainly something they can take into the final game. But someone will be taking the ECS trophy home is, of course, Malmo, who's take this one by 20 runs. They'll be looking to go for the clean sweep. That's coming in bang on an hour's time now. Still, well, the series isn't on the line, but certainly a lot of pride to play for. And Gothenburg can be proud of how they finished that game. Just feel like they missed a trick, only losing by 20 runs in the end. They've clearly got batters with the potential to hit boundaries, and just whether they can go from the start in that final game. But it just wasn't to be in this run chase. They just got off to a bit of a sluggish start, but again, Malmo who's showing exactly what they can do in the field. That was the LBW, the captain, picking up the early wicket, and really those middle orders just drifted away from Gothenburg, and that's why they have ended up 20 short.
Yeah, and we saw that almost run out, didn't we? Yeah, it was like the intent was there at times, but I think also got to give credit to Malmo, who they do have a good bowling attack, and they don't bowl too many extras in the end. Again, they win the battle with 20. Okay, they give away 15 in wides and 1 no ball. But I've got to say, it was nice to see a couple of different players kind of showing up. And Shabnam Parveen with a couple of wickets there. Thielander, I thought, was excellent behind the stumps once again. I mean, it's not a single bye in the innings. And at this level, you don't often see that in such a crazy format of the game. That was a little bit of a stinger. And then we had I suppose, a non-premeditated warning, if you like, for non-striker leaving too early. But yeah, 3 stumpings in the innings. You don't see that too often. I think the record's 4, and that's only ever been done once. It's been a few times we've seen 3 in an innings. And Elsa, just such a great talent, isn't she? And she's a player I'm certainly looking forward to at the ECS-W. That was the 3rd of the 3, where she whipped off the bails just before the foot came down. But yeah, this kind of last stanza, I mean, they win the last 2 over battle. I mean, they win it 22-12. But I suppose, yeah, just didn't have that kind of intensity all the way through. I said at the beginning, treat every over like it's the last and try and get 9 runs off every over. You can even afford to lose a wicket every over, but you need to be kind of having that intent from the very beginning. It just wasn't quite to be, but still a very respectable 70 for Gothenburg CC batting second.
It's a good philosophy for life as well. Treat every over like it's your last, and maybe that's the philosophy Gothenburg can take in to the final game of the day, because they came strong in the final overs, just a little too late, but certainly something that they can work on, given that they know now they've used 6 or 7 batters, which is actually more than Malmo Hus have used, and they've shown that they can do it. As for Malmo Hus's bowlers, again, it's a tight bowling unit. They used the 6 bowlers on this occasion. Zara Mohammed bowling with heat, didn't pick up a wicket. Shabnam Parveen, it was good to see her have a bowl and also getting the wickets too. She picked up in her first over, and Kanchan Rana, the captain, selflessly only giving herself the 1, given that she only went for 4 runs and picked up a wicket. Could have been forgiven for giving herself another over, but certainly going into this final game now, Gothenburg, well, they know they've lost the series, but they can just throw everything at it. There's nothing to lose anymore, and I think for the neutrals, we'd love to see them maybe get a win over the line. Well, we've got a longer break now, just about an hour, so enough time to get something to eat, something to drink. I know Vinny and I will be doing just that, and then come back for the very final match of this ECS-W in Sweden, and of course the very final match here on the blue pitch in Sweden.
Yeah, so don't miss it. Back in around about 55 minutes time, as you can see right there. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo with Tina Goff. Going to bring it home with a bang when we return to the blue pitch for the last time for now here on ECN. You're watching the European Cricket Series here in Sweden.
divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Summertime. yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Welcome back to Landskrona here in Sweden, where we're in the final game of this beautiful series over the weekend, a historical one as well, as we've had an ECS-W for the first time in Sweden. And of course, it's the final game of the whole stint we've had here in Sweden, and what a week it's been. And I'm hoping it's going to get off to a bang to finish off as well. Before we talk about what's happening in the final game, let's go out to the middle for the coin toss.
Malmo, who's to call? Tails is called. And it is tails. All the best. Good luck. Okay. Malmo has won the toss and they're bowling.
Thanks very much, Steph. So there you have it. It's a repeat of yesterday in the second game of the day. Then Malmöhus are going to have a bowl first. And, well, they're going to want to finish off on a high, aren't they? They had a great day yesterday. And for Gothenburg, it's just about getting those little wins and maybe even getting a win to finish off the series as well. For Malmöhus, they've got some key bowlers and they've pretty much used just the 5 or 6 bowlers throughout the weekend so far. Keep an eye out again for Zara Mohammed. She bowls off just a couple of steps. She keeps her cap on, but she still bowls absolute rockets. As for Malmöhus's batting, then they've got the captain Rana. She scores runs consistently, and Elsa Thalander again showed in game 3 that she can score runs up at the top of the order. As for Gothenburg, then, well, they want to finish on a high. They've got better and better as the tournament has gone on. And maybe then they can snatch the win to finish off this weekend. Well, Vinny, he's going to finish off the weekend with me as well. And the news from the toss is that Malmöhus have won and they will have a bowl.
Thanks very much, Tina Goff, out there in the middle. And yes, it's our last game in Sweden, for now at least. And the blue pitch has been host to some incredible cricket action this week. Of course, we had the men's series for the first 5 days. Ariana CC winning their first ECN trophy. And now we know that Malmöhus will win this series. They have an unassailable 3-0 lead, but still plenty to play for in this game. Chedavidi comes in and Sharon Folker comes in as well. Also, you might notice for Malmöhus that Pavin will have the gloves because, yeah, the big news is that Elsa is off. Actually, she's got study commitments. She will potentially come back to the ground just before the end of play. But yeah, Elsa Thalander out of the side for Malmöhus. So I always love to hear the team cheers going up as well. It's been a nice feature of this week. 88%. Maybe there is a bit more of an opportunity though for Göteborg CC here. If Malmöhus elect to kind of make a few changes in their batting and their bowling order, I suppose we'll see what they decide to do. But yeah, warm welcome back. And you might have been watching a bit of Estonia, Bulgaria as well. And it's been quite an entertaining series. I'll be heading to Estonia tomorrow, actually. The ECS men's gets underway tomorrow. I'll be doing from day 2 onwards there. And Marco and Rico will be taking you through day 1 tomorrow. So, yeah, it's quite a lot of games packed into a short period today, actually, because we have all 5 games, but with a bit of overlap. So, pretty much be done in a couple of hours' time with your ECN day. There's some very light rain falling during the break as well. Fairly cloudy conditions, still a little bit chilly. 1:15 at the moment. And yeah, interesting also with the batting order. Looks like Anchana Subramanian is going to open up this time with Vic Berg. Just waiting for the clock to tick over to 1:15 local time. Interesting as well. Opening with Zara Mohammed this time. She gets the first over. First time we've seen her with the brand new ball. Here we go. Shake, rattle and roll. Match 4. And our last match in Sweden. And we're not ready to roll yet. These players are so organised. They're still... Now, the clock's ticked over. And we are ready to go here. Wickberg to face up. Oh, it's a spicy one first up. And a good challenge for Shamnam Parveen behind the stumps. Zara Mohammed. I mean, that kind of ball, she probably could afford to go back a couple of steps. That's comfortably carrying. Same again. Yeah, you know you're in a contest. If there is a little nick on that, it's going to be a challenging catch. I had a good question the other day about how do you decide where to stand as a keeper. And my short answer is you make a calculated guess and then you make some adjustments. It's a nice take though, a nice bit of outswing there from Zara Mohammed. So Malmahus, interesting that they elected to bowl this time around. I think maybe they just like the experience of having to chase as well as setting. That's the only reason I can really think they would elect to bowl. Also gives Gothenburg CC the chance to bat without any scoreboard pressure. That's pretty well kept out actually by Wickberg. Just have a look at this movement. It shapes in. Probably hits it from fourth stump. Man, it's a tough one. Because you do need to find that intent. You've got 10 wickets to play with. Well, that one's pretty close, and that one is out. So Zara will do it again, and she gives us the old crossbow celebration. How about that? And again, this ball straightens down the line. This time, Wickberg not able to get any bat on it. And the first wicket falls after 4 dots. The fifth one is the W. Let's watch it. Pitches on the stumps. Yes. Hits the pad. Yes. Would have hit the middle stump. Yes. So, yeah, Wickberg just done by a good bit of bowling there. You see the bat coming across at a bit of an angle. Zara Mohammed, not an easy customer to face, and that's the first wicket down here in match 4. 0 for 1 after 5 balls. What a sensational bit of bowling that was. Chamto, the new batter, will be the first run. Of course, this is one of the Chamto sisters. This is Haria Chamto, who's batting in a customary number 3 position. That one just didn't really swing like the one that took the wicket. Again, excellent bowling. And so that will be the end of the first over. It's 1 for 1. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Welcoming back Tina Goff for our last game together in Sweden here in the commentary igloo.
Last game together, last game for a while, I think. I think we're not crossing paths for...
Let me go to the schedule.
Yeah.
But you can talk us through...
Yeah.
Maybe talk us through your Challenger division. We talked a lot about the emerging division this week, but obviously that's a division that you hope to be playing in.
Absolutely. So Italy and Spain are both sides that will be coming across in, well, just about a week's time in the T20I Europe Division 2 qualifier. Austria, we know pretty well. Cyprus, we've never played. So Cyprus, they maybe the dark horses because we don't know much about them. I know they were above us in the rankings going into that series last weekend in Greece. So certainly a team that we want to match ourselves up against.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah. Cyprus, obviously, their first ECS-W as well. As you have the second over getting underway. It's Malian Yusuf who is getting this opportunity. So, yeah, again, this is one time they might have gone to Rana. But I think both captains have been pretty unselfish in trying to offer opportunities to those that haven't had too much exposure at this level.
And with Elsa missing as well, obviously, chance for a new wicketkeeper to test herself as well. And it's quite testing, especially when you're facing up against someone like Zara Mohammed, who gets a bit of zip and nip. This one also just nipped in, bit of glove onto the thigh pad.
He's not too tall, so he probably could be LBW to something that was above her pad, but not anything that high. Yeah, so gone through the schedule, and the next time we're working together is actually in your hometown, basically.
Yeah.
Close enough. When we go to Kiel, of course, you live in Hamburg, which is maybe an hour away.
It's an hour away. A nice drive down the Autobahn. No speed limit. So
no speed limit.
Depends how quickly you want to drive, but I'm doing the reverse drive back this evening, so little 5-hour drive down the motorway.
So we have that was actually just added pretty late to the calendar, Keel. It was a to be advised at the start of the season. Getting down Lakeside, so Yusuf just struggling a little bit with her control here early on. So will you stay at home for those, or do you think you'll stay at the hotel near the ground?
Depends on the hotel.
Good answer.
No, Kiel's a lovely
Kiel's
town
beautiful.
as well. It's a beautiful town, Baltic, you know, got a bit of the kind of sailor vibes about it.
Yeah.
August, hopefully the weather will be okay. It's not always the best. In North Germany, I mean, pretty much in Scandinavia at that point, so
it's very close to Denmark. Yeah. I'm really looking forward to that series. So the next time we work together, so our next, well, that series starts on the 18th. I think it's the 18th. Yeah. 18th of August.
That's a good few months away, isn't it? 3 months?
Yeah.
Exactly 3 months from
Yeah,
today.
it is. Wow, that seems a long time between drinks. But hey, that's a crazy part of the year. Obviously got playing commitments as well with the World Cup qualifiers. Wish you all the best, of course. This is short and is pulled away. Nice shot by Subramani, and that she will get 4. Oh, well, a bit of the old over-under job there as Sarah, she's had a couple of interesting moments today. This time, at least she does go to ground. Maybe not in the way that she hoped to, but still a nice shot from Anchana to get off the mark.
Oh, wow, it was almost a 2-footer there. Old school football vibes, but ball did go to the rope, and Anchana, I'm sure, delighted with getting her first boundary. Steadied the ship here after, of course, that very early wicket from Zara Mohammed opening over. That one again chases on, and will it be back-to-back boundaries? It absolutely will be. Anchana, this one through the mid-wicket region, and big fist bumps from the 2 batters from Gothenburg. So they know this is their last chance as well. And it's good to see, as you said, Vinny, both captains just sharing around the responsibilities on that occasion. Yusuf just trailing a little down leg. She's got quite a bit of speed about her as well. So Anchana just had to pivot on that one, hit it away nicely.
Yeah, it's amazing how one boundary can bring another as well. So Gothenburg CC may be hoping to kind of get up the 80-90 mark, maybe bowl their way to victory.
It's on the full half appeal. The umpire just turns away in disgust. It was going down leg side. Watch the umpire here. He doesn't even dignify the question with the answer. It's going down leg. It's not the worst appeal in the world, especially on the full, but he just goes, nope, walks away.
In Estonia, that might be out.
Final ball of the second over. Good over, though, so far from Gothenburg with those 2 boundaries. We'll remain with those 2 boundaries, though. 12 for 1 at the end of the second. So you're going straight to Estonia, aren't you?
I do go to Estonia tomorrow. So that's the end of 2. 12 for 1 here after 2 overs. I go straight to Estonia, and then I think you're leading Hornchurch, leading the team, of course, along with Nish. I'd love to go to Hornchurch, but the reality is that we've got cricket in Prague at the same time, so it kind of makes more sense. And I think you normally spend a bit of time in England at that time of the year anyway. So, yeah, from here, what have we got? We got Estonia, and then, oh, it's a long way across here, you know. It's a pretty good shout.
Zara's back into the attack for her second. She certainly appealed. No one else really was interested. It's
I want to see this straight on. Where's it pitch?
Just outside leg, I reckon.
Oh, yeah, I mean...
You can just about see the shadow of leg stump there.
Maybe pitched probably a centimetre outside. If you take pitched as the middle of the ball where it lands, probably was just outside that leg stump. Definitely close, though. There's Zara bowling out here in the 3rd over. Yeah, so obviously we've got Estonia and then Romania. So they're the next 2 weeks, one apiece, and then 2 weeks in Hornchurch. There's a 1 week overlap with some internationals in Czechia.
Again, Zara just misses out. She's bowling a really good length here. It's pretty much Yorker length every single time.
Yeah.
But especially with the Gothenburg batters trying to hit it to the leg side. Always going to get themselves just a bit of trouble that time. And China was lucky that it just zipped past the off stump. Yeah, we're going quite Eastern European, aren't we? Estonia, Romania. Bulgaria's not on this year, is it?
Bulgaria is on, but only at the start of July.
Okay. Oh, and again, it's one of those action replays. This is a new ball, but the result is almost the same, but this one goes all the way to the rope. This time it's Chamto who just steps across to the offside, and it's a half appeal again from Zara, pretty much the same. Probably pitches just outside the leg stump, but hits her ear on her pad, and it flies away to the rope.
It's remarkably similar to the other one, wasn't it? How's that effort down there from Bogdanova? And the result will be 4 leg byes. So we've had, this is your ultimate fake maiden, because technically there's been no runs to the bowler, but there's been 5 leg byes and a bye.
That's just the length and the line that Zara's bowling means that the two Gothenburg batters want to step inside it, try to hit it to leg. They've got away with a couple on that occasion. This time goes back outside off stump and gets a lovely bit of away shape.
Such a talented player, and I believe she'll be part of the national setup this year, Zara Mohammed. Yeah, so yeah, there's always plenty happening with our ECN calendar. You can always check it out when we put it up on the screen as well.
Chipped into the offside, and it's good to see the Gothenburg batters immediately get back on ball. They go through for the one, looking for the overthrows here. Decide against it though, so will be the end of the over, end of the power play. 19 runs on the board. Yes, all of us are going in different directions, aren't we, the next couple of weeks, because we have so many of these overlapping tournaments.
Yeah.
I asked the same question to Rico, and I think we realised that we might not be working together until September.
Ah, right.
To the ECC or maybe the Western or the Meltle Shield.
You might have a little bit, if I've got you down for some of Wimbledon as well. So it might be around about the end of July, start of August. But it just goes so quickly, doesn't it? So there was 1 run off the bat in that last over, but there were 7 runs in total. And it's 19 for 1 after 3. End of the power play, so you can push the field back. Well, I don't think they'll make too many changes based on what we saw in the power play. Yeah, so actually that's when we'll get to work together a bit as well. So actually take back what I said about Kiel being the next time, because we should actually do some of England together. The second England one, which starts on the 28th of July. So we don't have to wait that long. About 2.5 months.
Looking forward to that. I mean, I'm pretty much only in England and Germany over the summer, which is fine by me.
Convenient.
Yeah, we'll plan that one well. Sassy Jamper bowling the 4th here. Usually opens the bowling for Malmöhus, but just switched it around a bit. This time just drags it down the leg side.
And then, of course, you'll get to do a bit more Cardimer Oval stuff, won't you?
Yeah.
With some of the shields, and then going into, I know you'll be around for the group stage of the men's ECC with the first 12 days of that. That's going to be great. You're going to enjoy that. If you didn't know that, now you do.
I have to talk about that.
On my schedule.
I think I'm heading to Rome at some point. It's up in the air, might be a caught and bowled, and it will be the first wicket for Sassy Jamper. She comes into the attack and grabs a wicket on her second legal delivery. It's Anchana who did so well to score those back-to-back boundaries, but has just been slaving away a little since then. Tries to play it leg side, only chips it up into the waiting hands of Jamper. And Gothenburg fall to 21 for 2, but it's good to see she goes off with a smile on her face, especially with those 2 boundaries she hit.
Yeah, it was a funny old innings. Didn't actually hit a single in her innings, but did hit those 2 fours and back-to-back balls. It's, again, maybe a little bit of movement. She wants to go leg side, bat 10s in the hands. I'd say if that wasn't caught, probably was going to be run out because he just took off anyway. So the second wicket falls 21 for 2, a bowl by Jumper. I had to wait for a chance this time to get a bowl.
Yeah, we probably don't have to go through our whole calendars on air. The admin.
Well, I mean, there's no other
commentary.
time to do it. So if this is work time, we can. Well, I would like it if you could do the first 12 days. But I know you need to have a bit of a break because then you're going to do Italy straight after the ECC. But it's nice to have you as part of our universe.
Yeah, I'm loving being part of it, and I'll go wherever you want me to go. Really.
People have said this to me quite a few times, but it feels like you've been around forever. You just seem to have caught up on everything so quickly. I suppose I remember you were playing on the network a few years ago. What was it, 2021?
2021.
With the Germany-Austria series. In the air. It's a good attacking effort, but won't be able to be caught. That's Nita Dalgard. Hey, I know that her husband Casper is watching. Hi Casper, hopefully you're well. I heard he does like to watch ECN, and I'm sure he's loving watching his wife Nita. And by the way, I saw a picture of his shrine to Nita and all of her achievements and her playing shirt. Plays for Denmark. And yeah, that was really, really cool. End of the fourth over here. Jumper keeps it pretty tight. It's 22 for 2.
I have a little shrine. Well, my partner made me. It wasn't a shrine, but it's a big poster, which actually has some. I think it's from the 2020-21 season when I played on the network and had for a while I had the highest average in the world.
Yeah.
I think I've plummeted to 4th now.
What did it get up to?
Well, now it's back up to just over 40 in T20 Ice.
That's pretty good.
I think the highest it went was 42 or so, as Rana comes on to bowl the 5th. This one's knocked away, and it will be another boundary in that hotspot region. This time, Rashmi comes in and gets in the boundary action.
It's a nice shot, wasn't it? Just able to get on the full, and just a push, really. Is all timing more than brute force there. So Kanchan does give herself a bowl here in the 5th, but the first one disappears over the ropes.
We've got a Eurovision update from Terry. He's still only just over halfway through, so hurry up, Terry. We've only got about an hour left here.
Yeah, we might have give Terry this spot. All I'll say is we went to a party last night that was everything you'd want out of a Eurovision party. It had people dressed up. It had interesting characters.
Yeah.
There was a lone cowboy at one table wearing a pink hat. There was somebody wearing what could only be described as suspicious-looking flannel at another table.
There was a lot of glitter.
There was a lot of glitter.
Full glitter, dresses, and...
Yeah, it was a host. I thought she did a great job.
We didn't understand a word she was saying because she rudely was speaking in Swedish the whole time.
The best bit was when we had several people come and say, would you like us to translate any of what she's saying? And I just kept saying, no, it's more fun to guess.
Yeah. I mean, this is the vibe was there. I'm sure it wasn't, it wasn't going through the laws of physics or anything, probably just talking about Eurovision, I guess.
It was a vibe. No one just misses the mark. So
yeah, maybe at the halfway stage here we can also get the action to you live from Estonia, because I know Estonia, Bulgaria, putting on a feast there, and that's a brilliant stop in the deep by Sassy Jumper again. Nama, who's really good with the ball flying high at them. They're good basketball players. They jump up and swat it back down.
Definitely. And good Quidditch players. I just saw Meta walked on an LBW in Bulgaria. So, obviously, these last matches today are happening concurrently.
It's very sporting of Meta to walk on an LBW. Oh, well, maybe. I wouldn't have walked.
It's funny because as a batter, you don't really know where you are. So
every time I'm giving out LBW, I'm like, surely not. I am shocked.
You're not the only one.
Were you an LBW candidate?
Depended. I had a whole thing where I'd rather get bowled than LBW. That was my whole thing. Definitely went through phases where I was probably playing across my front pad a little bit, which on pitches that would do a little bit, maybe not as much as they do in England, but yeah, it's quite risky when the ball's going at such a fast pace as well at a good level. Last pull the over. Or not.
Rana just struggled a bit with her line here again. Usually someone who bowls the opening overs. Watched the first 4 overs, come on for the 5th, and it's already the 5th wide she's bowled. So it's a good over for Gothenburg, as they're looking to certainly put on the highest score of this 4-game series. So halfway stage then, 33 for 2, and let's go live Eurovision style to our correspondent in Estonia. As Estonia won the toss, decided to bat, and they've lost a fair few wickets. It's into the 8th over, 60 odd. I think that takes it to 66 for 6, or the 6s maybe.
Yeah, I think
69.
69 up to. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, their bowling, as both of them said, it's come a long way in a short period of time. Bulgaria, less experienced. It looks like Stolova, who's a member of the Beanie squad, which is a cool feature of that series, calling the Beanie Squad.
Feels like it could be a Eurovision.
How does one become a member of the Beanie Squad? It's just by a beanie and wear it. But I think with their intent with the bat is really important. Again, they fell maybe 20 runs short. It's actually, last game was a similar game to the game we just had this morning. So Chamto here, it's 3 off 10, finding it pretty tough going. Samasheka though, she's been a difference maker. She'll work this one away for a single.
It's Maria Esan who's delivering up her moon balls here in the 6th. Certainly a bowler who's been a standout in this series. Hasn't drifted too often down the leg side, just uses the air, uses all of the gravity to get the ball coming back down under the eyes of the batter. This time she does drift it down leg side. We were having some good physics-based cricket chat last night as well.
Yeah. I mean, your partner being doctor doesn't even do it justice. He's some sort of super academic doctor, isn't he, in physics? And we just discussing things I haven't thought about since I was doing physics in high school, and I wasn't that good, by the way. But I think when I chat to your partner, I'm doing a lot of trying to like hold my own ground intellectually to just seem like I'm worthy of the conversation, because obviously he's doing things at an incredibly high level. I think it's been whacked into the keeper's pad down the leg side. I think she catches up with this. Wait for the signal. No signal.
Yeah, I think there might have been a bit of bat on that in the end, as Shabnam Parveen looked at, she got round to it well and actually got struck straight into her thigh. Would be harsh to call that one a chance. That one should be called a no ball and will be. As Maria, where you can see when it doesn't come out of her hand, and then she does struggle with the length. That one just gets dragged out of the hand. There'll be a free hit coming up for Samasheka. She goes after it. Probably would have been a wide actually, but why get the wide when you can, well, almost get the boundary? But there's some brilliant fielding out there in the deep, led by Sharon, who's come in to play this game and gets in on the act there.
I've got to say, I had a chat with Eric, Sharon's husband, and Eric Volker, and he has a wealth of information about how this Malmöhus team got going, and they've been trying quite a while to get a women's team going with various degrees of success. But it really has grown into a bit of a powerhouse unit, and his guy's been around Swedish cricket, I think, for now 45 years, and I asked him how he got into it in the first place. 40 for 2 here after 6. Yeah, in the first place, he said, just had an English teacher at school and kind of got all the kids into it, and he just absolutely loved it. And then they even went to England for a bit of a tour, and he's been instrumental in kind of developing the club scene ever since. And he says at that stage there were only 10 clubs in the whole of Sweden. Now there's about 80 or 90. So let's see if they can get going here. 19 extras, probably a little bit in the high side for Malmöhus. I suppose not really being hurt in the scoreboard. He's Dalgard.
Wants it nicely down the ground, and it's a slight misfield, but going to get away with it is Priyasha. Chamto probably should have come back for the
That's
two there.
That's the thing, and this is a bit of an awareness thing. You watch Ramshi here, number 1. She's never even considering the possibility. She's not watching the game, and this is when the fumble was. It probably would have given him another run. And she says, all right, my turn to bat.
She was almost consciously not looking, like, no, I'm going to get on strike. Well, maybe she's looking now. She wants to get back for the 2. See, as soon as she's got the chance of getting back on strike, then she's trying to go. But just the one on this occasion. So at least they're knocking through the singles. Gothenburg looks like they're going to edge to their highest score of the series so far. 47, 49, 70 though. I suppose 70 is still a way off from here, but certainly improvements in the batting department for them.
Dalgard's a really handy bowler, isn't she? With her control. She turned the ball away from the right-hander. This one just misses the mark though. She'll have to ball that one again.
Yes, she's got an interesting action, does Nita. She actually used to be a pace bowler. That was all good left-arm pace bowlers at some point. They turned to spin. And
smart.
Yeah, she comes through very much at a diagonal angle. It's an interesting one. This one, well, direct hit would be interesting. It's actually a good run in the end. Well, is it going to be? It's going to be a tight one. I thought it should be a safe run, but Rashmi was just a little slow to get off the market. And it looked like in the end she might be struggling as the throw comes in, and it's a tight one. It looks like she's just going to be out. She goes for the bat slide. Just have to make sure that actually Shabnam has the ball in hand here. Take a look. This is probably the angle that will show us the best, but Rashmi's actually going to do a perfect screening job. But the wicket has been declared, and certainly was the case that Rashmi was very short of her ground. And it was a good throw in from Nita, fielding off her own bowling, and Shabnam behind the stumps gets her first wicket as a keeper.
It's a funny one because, I mean, they don't go for any, and then they go for one which was pretty challenging. And to be honest, she almost makes it. But again, just the decision making. Never even looked for that extra run that went down long off. Rashmi, unlucky for her, she's going to be run out again. This time she scores 10, including one boundary. She's the third wicket to fall with 20 balls remaining left in this innings. 43 for 3. It was a funny one with the take, but umpires were happy that the ball was in the glove when the glove hit the stumps, or maybe the ball hit the stumps.
Yeah, it was a bit of a weird one. That it was all glove, ball, and stumps all in one go.
Yeah.
It wasn't clear what was where, but they were happy enough. I think the on-field decision was out, and they just checked if there was anything to overturn that, and there wasn't. Dalgard then coming over, left arm over to the left-handed batter in the form of Amali Jayasuriya. The captain then has come out, got herself immediately off the mark.
If Terry's watched half of Eurovision, tell me you loved Estonia, because Estonia I think were like third or fourth in the running order.
Again, probably, well, could have gone for a run, but actually did go straight to the fielder. So at the end of the 7th, Gothenburg 44 for 3. Yeah, I think if you went on the reaction of the big crowd where we were, certainly Estonia, Sweden would have been up there. Speaking of Estonia, the Tallinn Stallions and the Tallinn Strikers will get things going in the ECS. Starting in Estonia tomorrow, and it's a longer series as well. It's going all week. We've often had the Monday to Friday the last couple of occasions, but this one in the full 7 days. Yeah,
extra teams, so there's 6 teams instead of 5, and it's 7 days instead of 5. So yeah, it starts tomorrow. Stallion Strikers will be good. Geez, the record just tumbled last year. We had a 254 score. We had that innings from Aslan Amjad, 183, which he hit 25 sixes, which is also a record. It was the second highest score of all time. We had a bit of controversy as well with, we had our first ever walk-off. So imagine, I can't remember the exact score. This one will be hit by Jayasuriya, who, again, I feel like a lot of the innings has elapsed before she makes an appearance. I would have thought maybe Chamto can't get going, maybe Jayasuriya could have come in for her a little bit earlier. Yeah, so one team hit, I think, 220 odd, and ended up losing the game. In fact, they didn't even take a point out of the game. As this one is run out, and it's going to be caught. Wow, what a fantastic bit of cricket there for Malmahus, as Chaturvedi will be the recipient of the wicket. And Sarah Iqbal has certainly had some interesting moments in the field today, but this one she takes no problem at all. It's 45 for 4.
It's a difficult opportunity when it skews off the edge of the bat, especially standing at that 45. You never quite know how quickly the ball is going to come at you. There's no question of that being a no ball. Played around the corner by Haria Chamto, and Sarah Iqbal snaffles it. Chamto has to depart, and Priyasha Chaturvedi gets her first wicket of the game on her 3rd delivery.
Yeah, nicely done. We'll check it out here in the replay. I do like the idea to get it on the full. I suppose still just misjudging the height of the ball, and yeah, snapped up by Iqbal at fine leg. Yeah, anyway, I won't go into the Estonia thing too much, except to say the team batted first, made 220 something, never took a point out of the game. In the second innings, there was some, there had been a bit of a process with a couple of the bowlers with their action not being deemed legal, and so they were advised not to bowl them, otherwise they might get no balled. I think they did bowl, they got no balled, and they walked off the field.
Took their ball and went home.
Yeah. So, and obviously it comes down to who's running the game. You know, you can't have these teenager type tactics where it's like, well, if you can't play, then we're not playing. Well, okay, well, if that's your decision. mean, it's not something that happens very often. It's happened once in 7,000 matches. Yeah, but then, of course, if you forfeit a game, then you don't get a single point out of it. And actually, there was at the time, it looked like the 200 chase might be on. I think they were 80-something off 3.
Okay.
So
it wasn't a case of like trying to find an excuse.
They were 80 for none off 3 or something like that. But they were definitely ahead of the rate at that stage. Might have even been more than that. Yeah, maybe 86, 87. So yeah, I felt again for the opposition because had that potential history taken away from them.
That one went right into the side of Jai Surya. She is eyeing up that favourite spot of hers towards the net of the sports hawk. Just manages to wear that one, gives it a rub. But these women, they don't seek the magic spray as quickly as the men.
Of course they don't, because they're tough. And I will say Jai Surya still has hit the only 6 in the series. So that's one thing. You don't often see a team getting swept with wins, so 3-0 so far. But they're being out 6 hit. 1-0.
Oh, she goes for it, clubs it down the ground, and it's going to drop over the hand of Sharon. It's going to go to the rope. It's not quite the 6 then, but certainly, again, Jai Surya showing her power towards the latter stages of the innings. And it's good for her as the captain to give others a go. But it feels like maybe just over the course of the 3.5 games so far, they've just missed a trick, Gothenburg, in trying to get that order right in terms of who should bat where.
Yeah, 50's up as well with that shot. 52 for 4 after 8. Nice bit of ball striking there from Imali with the offside 4. Looks like we'll have Nita Dalgaard coming back to bowl it out here in over number 9.
Nita, I'm sure, will be featuring for the Danish side this year. We've got, of course, the Nordic Cup they will be hosting towards the latter stages of the summer. I think the end of August as well. Germany will be featuring in that one. So lots of cricket to come for all of these players, I'm sure, domestically and, of course, on the international stage. Imali, I know she's going to be playing for Sweden in the World Cup qualifiers.
Just getting started with the season here, obviously, with the weather. Hey, got an early random question from Kroom here. And he said, have there ever been any Olympic medalists that played on ECN? None spring to mind, but he says June 7th, somebody will tell us more. Please.
June 7th is Hornchurch. Well, that one's going to be caught and bowled as Imali Jai Surya hits it straight back at Nita Dalgaard, and it's a smart caught and bowled for her as Denmark triumphs over Sweden, and Gothenburg lose their 5th wicket, 53 for 5, as the captain Imali departs.
Pretty good catch. She got a decent piece of this. Again, tossed up. She's in a good position. See how she's in a fielding position in her follow-through. That's what good spinners do. Nita gobbles that one up, and Jai Surya, the hard hitter, will have to walk away out for 6. Batting at a run of ball, and Gothenburg CC 53 for 5.
I'm so intrigued by this Olympic medalist.
Yeah, I want to know.
June 7th, it must be Hornchurch. So
June 7th, I think, is also the women's day one of the women's.
Of course it is. Of course the Olympic medalist is a woman.
I'm just trying to think. I mean, I know we had a professional darts player playing for Peel and St John's Isle of Man club.
Famously not an Olympic sport, though.
But still pretty cool.
For some reason, I have rower in my head. Don't know why. Nita Dalgaard. Bowling now at the new batter, Veena Rana. Good to see Rana having a chance out in the middle as well.
Yeah, tell us more, Kroom. Don't leave us in suspense. Rana, the lefty on strike.
Gets some good rip on the ball, does Nita, and that one turned and bounced past the left-handed Rana. Now, I suppose now that, of course, with the Western Shield, we can certainly lay claim to having some big names on the network. I don't know if maybe what the biggest names we've had that have for non-cricketing reasons. Obviously, you know, Ross Taylor, big name. Oh, and that's going to be a wicket as Vani Rana survives just 2 balls before it's 3 and out for her. Gets her bat down on it, but it's a little too late, and Nita Dalgaard picks up her 2nd wicket in the over. Gothenburg just falling away a little now at 53 for 6. It's unfortunate, though, from Rana. Just didn't quite move her feet towards the ball.
And it's that little bit of turn on the ball maybe as well. That's what she's trying to do, trying to move it
to go between the bat and the pad is pretty much what happens here. So a little bit of a chop on. Creates a second wicket for Dalgard, who's bowling really well. And with 1 ball remaining in the 9th, it's 53 for 6.
Sophia Jasmine, the new batter, she'll face just the 1 ball from Dalgard. She's got brilliant figures so far, 2 for 5. Want to finish with 2 and 2 here. Sophia Jasmine, though, she can hit a ball. Scored a few runs in the previous game.
It's good towards the end, wasn't she?
And it goes immediately with the attacking shot. And they run out, opportunity, but Anita Dalgard hits the wickets with her hands, so it'll be a missed opportunity. Sophia Jasmine, though, they're going to go for the runs now with only the 7 balls left. Well, they will get through for the single. It will be the end of the 9th, 54 for 6.
Yeah, but again, it just shows 100% of the times you don't try and run, you score none. And so they get one out of nowhere. It was good to see Jasmine attacking towards the end. Let's see if she can do something similar here. Just the last over to go. They scored 70 earlier today. They'll have to have a big finish to beat that, as we'll see. Jumper coming back for the last.
The rain started to fall here as well, yeah. Vinny's running in the igloo. They're not running out there in the middle. I think she maybe just did herself a bit of a mischief because she hit it into her own leg.
Shankar had cobwebs on her at the non-strikers end. She just did not move there. It's last over. You've got to be going for these, be scrambling for every run possible.
This one's clubbed down the ground. There's the field in front of us, Priyashi Chaturvedi. And again, they might have considered going for the 2. I think happy to just rotate the strike, pick up any singles that they can hit. Kroom has mysteriously given us some information, but it doesn't really help us in any way. He's teasing.
He's breadcrumbing us. He's answering his own question with more questions.
Come on, Kroom.
Better than that, Kroom.
That one zipped off the surface. It will be called a wide as the rain starts to fall here in Sweden. It's kind of these big old raindrops as well. Certainly not going to trouble the teams, though. And again, this tight wide call goes the way of Gothenburg. They're going to take every run they can get at this juncture with just the 4 balls left in the innings. Seems unlikely that they'll improve on their previous performance, but that's a lovely cover drive. And will we see construction corner? Yes, we will, as that Grizzly goes up the hill and into CC's future dugout.
Yeah, beautiful shot as well. Just a proper front foot punch. That was classy stuff from Shankar. All the more reason she should have been trying to get down that striker's end by any means possible. 60 comes up now, 3 balls to go.
I've sent someone into the deep covers as a result of that one. Shankar's quite tall as well, so she gets a long reach, goes for that same shot again.
Should be pushing here. Should be pushing. See, someone's just hit a 4 again. It's just a bit of cricket IQ there. Even if you cause a run out, you're winning the battle with Jumper, and you can't score any runs from the other end. Two to come now. And there's a chance, I was going to say, that you'll never get a chance to face again, and that's what's going to happen. So, there's certain things in cricket. There are school-based things, but there's also kind of tactics you need to think about, especially towards the end of the innings.
We'll say that was a good delivery from Sassy Jumper, just basically bowling on the crease line to Sophia Jasmine. Final ball coming up then, and they will finish with a double dot, so it's a good end to the innings from Malmöhus. Nevertheless, they still got that boundary in the final over, meaning that Gothenburg finished 61 for 6, so not quite the 70 runs they got on the board in the game this morning. But again, I suppose given that Malmöhus are also missing one of their top order batters in the form of Elsa Thalander, certainly not going to be the easiest of chases.
A tricky little target, isn't it? I think it's all about the start. If you can push that rate up, if you can get the wides under control, maybe keep him to under 20 in the power play, then maybe you can just get a few butterflies. And let's be honest, we have never seen Malmö batting under pressure, and potentially that could be the case here. Oh, it's time for the old Archer celebration there, wasn't it, for Zara, who trapped Vickberg for a 5-ball globe. But again, it just took a while for things to get going. We saw a little bit of the over, then the under from Zara. She'd come into her own a little bit later, but I suppose we saw 5 boundaries in the innings. Probably they would have liked a few more, but certainly no shortage of action here in the first half of match 4.
Yeah, we can't accuse either of these sides of not going hell for leather. That was a nice caught and bowled by Sassy Jumper. That was the end of Anchana Subramanian, who at least got 2 boundaries, back-to-back ones as well. So she will be happy as she walks off with a smile. And then Haria Chamto, she stuck around for a while, was then involved in this run-out incident with Rashmi, where Rashmi at the non-strikers end just didn't quite set off quickly enough. Imali Jayasuriya, the captain, then came in. Maria Chanto also caught Sarah Iqbal. That was a great catch on the 45. And Imali Jayasuriya showed glimpses of what she can do. But again, maybe she just came into the order a bit too little, too late, and then she went for the one big shot too many. It was a tidy caught and bowled by Nita Dalgard.
Yeah, 23 extras in the innings. I know there was a 4-leg bias that maybe put it over 20. That was well done by Dalgard as well, to the lefty. Just kind of spinning that one off the inside edge and rolling into the stumps. Bit unlucky there for Vani Rana as well. And then this one should have been out, but again, Dalgard kind of snatched at it and couldn't hold on to the ball in the process of taking the stumps. And we saw some really good batting towards the end, unfortunately for Shankar, and then she got stuck down on strikers end towards the end. I think it would have been nice to have seen her take on that too and potentially get another crack at the bowler jumper. Once again, Malmahus looking like heavy favourites in this one. 10 was the best scorer from a batter, Rashmi Somashekhar, before she got run out again, as the innings would finish at 61 for 6.
Yeah, just at Gothenburg, maybe a lack of experience with their batters, that they were all able to stick around, but we just were begging them on some occasions to go for the single because there were a few more runs there. But again, something that I'm sure they'll learn from the 4 games they've played this weekend, and they'll be all the better for it. As for Malmahus and their bowlers, they did switch it around a bit. They gave a few others an opportunity. That's probably why the extras are slightly higher than we are used to seeing from a usually very tidy bowling unit. But Zara Mohammed impresses and continues to impress. 2 runs coming from her 2 overs and picking up that wicket. Nita Dalgard again showing a bit of international quality, picking up 2 wickets, including that tidy caught and bowled to dismiss the captain of Gothenburg. So at the halfway stage then, Gothenburg got some runs on the board. Will it be enough to defend? Well, only time will tell. 61 for 6. Malmahus, of course, looking to go for the big clean sweep. We know the series is already theirs, but they'll, I'm sure, want to do it with a 4-4 record. So join me, Tina Goff and Vinny Sandhu, as we take you through the final run chase of this ECS-W here in Sweden on the European Cricket Network, coming up in 5 minutes' time.
a slow divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are slow divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are slow divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are slow divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Welcome back to Sweden for the very last time in a while, where we're in match 4, final match of this ECS-W between Gothenburg and Malmöhus. Gothenburg batted first, have some runs on the board, 61 of them in total. Malmöhus obviously looking to do a clean sweep and pick up 4 wins out of 4, maybe even with a bonus point. Of course, they are missing one of their key batters in the form of Elsa Thelander, who's got studying duties, so she misses out on this occasion. So certainly we will see a different opening partnership for Malmöhus, and it looks like it's the teenage tearaway Zara Mohammed who will face up. We did see her opening up in game number 2 yesterday, so good to see her have another opportunity. She's joined out in the middle by Malyan Yusuf, who will be opening up for the first time in this series with ball in hand for Gothenburg. Will be Rashmi Somasheka. So it's all still to play for here. It's certainly a target that Malmöhus will be looking to chase down. But Gothenburg got runs on the board, and if they can just put their bowling performance together with a much improved fielding performance over the last few days, then certainly they'll be hopeful that they can get the win on the board at the 4th time of asking. Certainly the win predictor, though, firmly in Malmöhus' camp as we get going for the final run chase of what's been a brilliant week here in Sweden. Of course, starting with the ECS for the men, where Ariana CC won the Ariana Grande rivalry to lift the trophy. Seems like a long time ago now, just a couple of days ago on Friday. And the women have rounded out the week with 4 games coming your way. And of course, at the same time, we've had women's action over in Estonia, with Estonia taking on Bulgaria in 7 ECIs, having played 3 T20Is. So we'll try and bring you some of the latest updates from there as well, where it looks like in the 7th and final match, Estonia put 102 runs on the board the halfway stage, which I think is their biggest total they've put on, actually the first time since, second biggest total. They got 115 in the first game. But let's go back to this, because this is a brilliant shot from Zara Mohammed, and she knocks that one away, and we get a sight of the goalpost there, certainly not troubling the keeper, but Zara Mohammed gets the run chase off with a boundary, nicely flicked away, just uses the pace and the bounce of the bowling of Rashmi, lifts it away. Takes a bit of an unfortunate bobble as Vikberg is out there in the deep, often put in those hotspot areas. Wasn't able to get hold of that one. So first runs on the board for Malmöhus. It's pretty much a runner ball needed for them. 58 and 57 is the equation. A better delivery though from Rashmi. Just beats Zara on the outside of her bat. And again, Zara, she's shown the shots she can play in the last couple of days. Also shown maybe the exuberance of youth, that she gets a little impatient. She's got plenty of time here, having given the opportunity to open the batting to see herself in. Not the biggest total we've ever seen. So even ones like that probably can afford to just allow it to go through to the keeper, take the 3 wides. Anytime you swing at it, you're more in danger of nicking it, or at least not getting the free wides. Of course, going into the final innings as well, we start thinking about potential MVP candidates. Elsa is certainly one whose name will be thrown around, even with just having played the 3 out of the 4 games, but the 3 games she did play managed to rack up a considerable amount of runs. And of course, the game this morning snatched 3 stumpings. That one's knocked away, and it will be the second boundary of this opening over, and it will be called a no ball on field. So it's going to be 5 off that delivery. Again, Rashmi just misfiring a little. Zara, she's tall enough, especially for a teenager. Knocks that one away though. We'll be able to benefit from the free hit here as well. Rashmi just struggling, maybe the fact that it is actually still raining out there. It's very light drizzle, but it doesn't help with the moisture on the ball. I know some of the girls were talking about how it's quite difficult to grip the ball, and also on the blue pitch. I'm not sure if the blue pitch is any slippier than any other colour pitch, but it can get a bit difficult on the AstroTurf to get some grip. Of course, you're not allowed to wear the metal spikes that would otherwise help you stay on your feet. Free hit then, and it's slapped away, and it's good fielding out there in the deep by Imali Jayasuriya, the captain. Zara missing out on that occasion. And Imali, the captain, patrolling that boundary in front of the dugouts there. First 3 overs, of course, of the power play, meaning just 2 are allowed outside of the outside of the inner ring. It looks like they're changing it up here. As Rashmi just patrolling her fielders. She has brought Imali in. Of course, it is for the left-hander though, so it's a similar field with 2 out on the leg side. Malian knocks her first ball for a single. Sure, it maintained the strike. It will be a leg bite. It's a productive first over for Malmöhus with 13 runs coming off it. So already a good chunk of the total eaten into. For the final time then, as we go into the final run chase of what's been an eventful ECS and ECS-W here in Sweden, I'll welcome Vinny Sandu back into the box.
Yeah, nice to be back. 52 matches since the Golden Ball. It's been going up extra quick because we're across 2 venues today. Yeah, MVP will be an interesting one. Feel probably look, Malmöhus have actually had so many good performers. You feel it goes to one of them, but you know, with a lot of focus will go on Telanda and obviously Kanchan Rana, but also I think you've got to give credit to some of their other bowlers, and like Dalgard I think's bowled really well. They've had a lot of bowlers that bowled really well. This is going to be hit by Yusuf, who'll get off the mark. Maybe it might get more than she bargained for. Gets the surprise heads up to come back for 2. Again, that's something in women's cricket I've watched a fair bit now live. Just often they don't look for it a second. They just think it's impossible, but it is possible. So we saw Ramshi earlier kind of not look for one that was probably there. Yeah, so a jumper as well. I think it's bowled really well. Telanda obviously missing game 4, but I imagine she probably would have batted down the order of this game anyway. Also gave an opportunity for Parveen behind the stumps.
Yeah, Kanchan Rana, the captain as well. She was only a few runs short of
Kanchan's definitely got to be up
total
there as well.
Yeah, and of course she's bowled. Elsa's done the business with the wicket-keeping gloves, but Captain Rana's also bowled, picked up wickets. I think before this game she was the leading wicket taker with 3. We saw those stats at the start of the day as well. There hasn't been too many wickets to fall, maybe a few more today.
Yeah.
So it's always worth looking at the bowlers as well.
Yeah, that's true. I do feel like a stumping's worth a wicket. Feels a fair translation, especially with those stumpings. They weren't necessarily easy stumpings either. But of course, I love Kanchan as well, but I'm always biased towards the keeper.
Funny that.
It's in my DNA.
Chamto is bowling the second over here. Again, just struggling a little with gripping the ball in this weather.
And the other thing is, I don't think it was a single bye. Definitely one of the games. So it's just not often you see that at this level either. Yeah, the rain's getting a little bit heavier than it has been. I think we should be okay. Famous last words.
The wind is just picking up a little. I'm talking earlier about the fact it's sometimes a bit more difficult, especially for someone of Chamto's stature to hold the cricket ball. That's half stop there by Shivangini Shankar. It's maybe something guys don't think about that much in terms of women then having smaller hands generally, but also then using a smaller ball. But still, I think the ratio is much more difficult for a girl, for example, like Haria Chamto, only 18 years old, not very tall. It's quite a big ball to have to hold in your hand. And when it swells up, when it's rainy as well, it's difficult.
True. And your hands get bruised.
Well, this one might bruise someone's hands, but I think it's going to drop short. The Bermuda Triangle comes out, and actually Haria, the bowler, is the closest to it. Yeah, I sometimes see that when there's these amazing catches in men's cricket, thinking someone like Ben Stokes, he's just got buckets for hands. And I just think, well, there's no way he's not going to catch it. Whereas a female fielder, when she's got smaller hands and the ball is bigger, it feels like a tougher task.
Yeah, no, it's true. No, it's definitely true.
It's a better delivery. There's a big appeal, and the finger goes straight up. Malian Yusuf is undone trying to hit the ball across the line to leg side, and Chamto, well, she had no trouble gripping the ball on that occasion. It's a brilliant delivery, and Malmöhus lose their first wicket, 19 for 1 at the end of the second.
Plays across it a touch. Yeah, bounces probably on leg stump. I think it's going to go clean up middle. So, yeah, very good bit of bowling there. And Haria Chamto got something to yell about. And Gothenburg CC, even though they haven't had a win in the series, certainly had a few bright moments. That was one of them, as Yusuf will depart for just 4, and the score is 19 for 1 at the end of 2. As we look at the table, I suppose something for Göteborg CC. They do take a point out of their 3rd game, so at least they have something to show for their efforts.
Yeah, and I think it would have been harsh for them to not pick up at least a point from their 3 games so far. We have seen improvements in all areas of their games, and as we've been saying over the last few games as well, it is a steep learning curve. You don't have too much time to implement things that you've learned from the previous game, and certainly Gothenburg learned a few things about just the intent with the bat and the running, and also fielding the ball. I mean, they've been throwing themselves at the ball. Actually, both teams have, but Gothenburg in particular, given that Malmöhus can't hit the ball so hard, they have just been brave. It's not easy in these conditions where it is a bit bobbly. Ball comes at you. For example, Sarah Mohammed can hit a heavy ball. On this occasion, though, she just knocks that one straight back down the ground. Respects the bowling here of Imali Jayasuriya, who's come on to bowl the 3rd over. Well bowled by Jayasuriya. It beats the batter, also beats the keeper. Stumps are thrown down there by, I think it's Matilda there, fielding on the 45. Well home was the batter. Still, again, Gothenburg showing that there are no slouches in the field. They're more than happy to pick up the stumps, pick up the ball and throw down the stumps. On that occasion, Shabnam Parveen, the new batter, safely home. Good to see Shabnam having a chance with the bat as well. Of course, she did take the gloves in the absence of Elsa. Right-hander just eyeing up, giving the fielders the old stare, looking at the gap, seeing where she wants to hit this one. Well, that one just turned off the pitch a bit from Imali. Well, the fielder went down there. Not entirely sure. She just slipped on the wet outfield, but Shabnam gets her first runs, gets herself off strike.
Hey, so Crooms finally come to the party with who the medalist will be.
The breadcrumbs have led to the, what is it, the fairy tale house?
Hansel Gretel.
Yeah.
It's German.
Yeah, it is. Okay. Don't reveal my ignorance.
Pretty disturbing kind of stuff you guys come up with sometimes. But anyway, I'd be a total sucker for the just leaving.
Breadcrumbs.
Sunette Viljoen, he thinks he'll play for Upminster in the ECS-W in Hornchurch. And has played for South Africa in cricket, then went away from cricket and is a javelinista.
That's exactly the word. Well done, Billy. That one's hit hard. And
throw probably could have used.
Right in the midriff there, but Imali does the fielding.
Seems an uncomfortable place to be hit. Yeah, she's a javeliner and is back playing cricket again.
Tell you what, she must have a rocket arm.
Yeah, definitely.
Don't throw on her arm.
I can already think of an amazing celebration if she takes wicket. You pull a stump out and you just launch it. 23 for 1 off 3. But she'd be good enough. She'd probably know where it's going. Just launch it into like a vacant section.
It would be worth the level 1 from the match
And
referee.
imagine if when we saw some bat throwing yesterday in Estonia, again, not condoning it, but it is excellent television. But imagine if she starts throwing a bat. That could really do some damage.
Maybe she should just bat with a javelin, hand-eye coordination. You know, some people bat with a stump.
Yeah,
Should bat with a
definitely.
javelin, but they're quite long, aren't they?
Takes me to one of my silly rules I'd like to see experimented with. First, let's look at Diwa Chamto, who's bowling the next over.
Starts off with a decent delivery, is swatted away though by Zara Mohammed. Again, they probably could run the 2 here, but Haria Chamto does have a javelista. What javelinista arm?
Javelina is probably better.
Javelina, yeah.
So that would be a female would be javelina, a male would be javelino.
Yeah.
To use Spanish kind of nomenclature. Yeah. Looking forward to that.
Oh, hello. Parveen. She just completely put off Diva Chamta there. What she did was completely legal, but Diva was just saying, what on earth are you doing? Look at
I just thought she was backing away.
the expression on Diva's face there. She's going to do it again? No, she stands still on this occasion. And, well, Diva says, if you're going to do some silly business, I'm just going to get one past your blade. And that's a good delivery there.
Yeah, it's very well bowled. A little bit of a way movement. Beats the outside edge.
What's your rule then?
Yeah. My silly rule. Tell you after this ball.
That's knocked away nicely. And the chase is on, but I think the Grizzlies going to win that one as it rolls away down that hill. And Shabnam Parveen, maybe she should just stand and hit it because she does a pretty good job on that occasion as Mama, who's moved up to 28.
Have you ever batted with those training bats and they're only half the width?
Yeah, the little stubby ones.
Yeah.
Oh, the
Well, I'm
stubby
talking about
side.
they're full length,
Yeah.
but half the width.
Yeah.
And they've just got a middle and that's it. So it just basically looks like a stick.
Yeah.
But it's got like the depth, so when you hit it, it feels like cricket bat. Obviously very light. So my rule is you can bat with one of those if you want, but all the runs are worth double. So rake gets out of hand, no problem. You get the stick out, and then you start smoking a few 12s, and then you're changing the game.
Yeah, it's like when it's one of these like last chance saloon situations.
Yeah.
Like, right, got to get the stick out, lads.
And he's calling for the stick, and out it comes.
See, my instinct was to go for a more punitive approach, and that's, I don't like this fake batting where they signal for the umpire to give a wide or a no ball.
Yeah.
Every time you do that, your bat gets thinner. By the end,
Do you
you'll
know
end up
that-
with a stick.
Well, the rule about how a wide a bat can be came about because there was a game where someone came out a couple of 100 years ago with a bat that was wider than the wickets.
You know what?
And there's a picture of it, which I don't think is real, but they staged a picture.
I'd still find a way to get ball through the gate.
Yeah.
That one's just clubbed
It's like
down the ground.
Batting with a barn door. Yeah, the stick, I think it'd be cool. I told you, I feel it's a bit unfair that batters can't gesture or anything towards the umpire. I know you say you don't like the look, and I probably agree.
That one's clubbed away. Should just be the one. It's actually a good pick up there by Rashmi.
Very good fielding. Yeah, because we actually implore bowlers and fielders to yell at the umpire when they want something. And even when they probably know that they're wrong, they will still yell, and it's encouraged. But for bats, you kind of look at them funny and you're in the book. Now, where's the, hashtag, justice for batters?
Well, in fact, bowlers are congratulated on the violence of their appeal sometimes until they go over the line, and then it's like, no, that's not on. Whereas batters must be seen and not heard.
I would like a world where, in fact, wides aren't even given unless the batter appeals. So we need another sentence. So not how's that?
What about how is that not? And then implied a wide.
Yeah.
How's not that?
How wide? We just call it how wide.
Or how high? You go how wide or how high? How high?
True.
Because there's got to be a no ball variant.
Something like that. So, and obviously your appeal's going to have your arms out as a batter. And also, you've got 2 batters out there. Let's have them both asking.
They want to.
That would be more
tandem.
dramatic. Yeah.
It'd be like synchronized appealing.
Especially if they're running at the same time. It'd be even more entertaining.
They're like running for takeoff.
Clotheslines would be up several percent. So Zara, they've done pretty well to keep her quiet. Have a look, they're more or less on the rate, but not that far ahead of it.
Oh, that's hit firmly away by Mohammed, but again, it's Saria Chamto who's patrolling that boundary and doing it well. Zara, I feel like she's got the potential. They're going to go for an overthrow? No, they aren't. They considered it for a long time. I think Zara's got the potential to hit a 6 here as well. She's got a lot of natural power, not natural ability. That one doesn't quite get to the rope. They are patrolling it well here. Gothenburg with the 2 fielders almost in touching distance on that boundary in the cow corner. That one goes finer. There's a chance for a catch, half chance, but it goes through the legs of the on-rushing Vikberg, and it will be a boundary this time to Shabnam Parveen.
Yeah, a bit of an ankle biter here for Vikberg, wasn't it? Came in, wasn't able to get off her feet and kind of create a dive. In the end, just offers the shins as the only realistic point of contact. Just whizzes by her for 4 runs. So, a second boundary for Parveen.
36 for 1. She goes for another big hit, clubs it down the ground, and it's almost a brilliant catch by Sophia Jasmine, and almost had the opportunity to get it on the second time of asking. I think she just lost sight of it. Take a look at this one.
She got a very friendly pop-up here, but just lost track of the ball. Almost like she was trying to hear where it was going to come down, because it wasn't in her field of vision.
But I like the intent here by these 2 batters, and Zara again goes to square leg this time. Vikberg gets everything behind it, and it's well stopped. It's not easy for the fielders out here. The rain's still falling. It's not warm. It's about 12, 13 degrees. And we can sit here in the warm igloo with our winter coats on, but they're out there still toiling away, knowing they've got a tough total to defend as well. It's now 24 needed in 31. And again, Parveen goes for the little 1 step to the leg side, and it's enough to put off Shivankini there, as it will be a no ball called.
That's one to try and hit, though, if you can reach it. I'm not saying it was going to be easy. It was going to be very uneasy, actually. But it will be a free hit. It's like a perfect lob in tennis there, wasn't it?
Yeah. Well, you can. I had one of those at the weekend, and I was at the non-strikers, as that one is clubbed away. Should be stopped. Again, good work by Vikberg. And I was begging my batter at the strikers end to hit it. My ulterior motive was, if she hit it, we could have run for a 1 and I would have had the free hit.
Yeah,
true. Was like, but it's Janet, who's not the tallest, so she tried to swat it and didn't get anywhere near it. And I was like, no, she gets the free hit.
Seems like she'd be fun to bat with.
She is fun to bat
anyway,
with. Little and large.
Estonia, they're playing match 7 at the moment. Also, Estonia with a 6-0 lead. 9-0 if you include the T20s. Time for a bit of swing batter. Ronakova facing Ragnar. I will commentate 2 places at once. Ragnar using the run-up this time. She doesn't always, well bowled. And Bulgaria chasing 103 for victory. Look to be well behind, even for a point. I know they have taken 2 points out of the series so far. Ragnar works a lot with youngsters as well. And does a lot of coaching. She's bowling at the moment for Estonia. And she's one you talked about, yeah, sometimes bowlers bowling with no run-up. She's someone that does that sometimes. As Jayasuriya comes back to bowl over number 6. So just got to try and take this game as deep as possible. At the moment, there's a -8 as far as balls or runs compared to balls. You've got to try and get that back in the positive for you as a fielding side. You can only do that with dot balls. Obviously, wickets will count as dots as well.
Yeah, Zara Mohammed still there, still having opened the batting, plugging away. Hasn't been her most explosive innings so far, but you know she's got it in her. That time she goes for the big swipe to the leg side. I think we spoke about this before. I'd like to see her trying to play a bit more through the offside if the ball's there to be hit, because I know she's got that natural power. This one, for example, yeah, she does hit it down the ground, and it's going to go over the foot of the fielder, and it's unfortunate there for Prathana. Prathana, she doesn't manage to get anything behind that. Zara then does go a bit more aggressive, gets a boundary, gets herself to 20 off 20 as well, so a nice round strike rate for her. Malmo, who's now just 17 runs away. Probably a step too far to do it in with the bonus point here. They've got just the 9 balls left to do that, so they would need a bit of an acceleration for that, but I think certainly Malmo, who's be more than happy if they can see this 4th victory over the line. Marley's bowling her second over here, just making a few adjustments in the field. She's sent back mid-off to long off. Zara, she picks one of these gaps. Well, she hits it high up in the air, but it's going to zoom over the head of Matilda, and that one's going to race away then. Back-to-back boundaries for the youngster. She does look like she wants to accelerate here, maybe realising it's her last chance to have a bit of fun out there with the series already wrapped up and the game, well, nearing its conclusion. She certainly wants to be out there in the middle to see her side home. Now just the 13 runs needed for Malmöhus. And that's the ball that Zara just needs to keep her shape on and hit into the offside. I think she tried to hit it into the offside, but just mistimed it. Still gets the single for it as the 50 comes up with that one. 50 for 1 here for Malmöhus. So again, looking like it will be a relatively comfortable victory for them in the end, even with not having Elsa Thalander in the team, who of course is a star player with both the bat and with the wicket-keeping gloves. Again, we can slowly turn our attention to who might be the MVP. There's certainly a few names out there. I think it would be remiss not to chat about a couple of the Gothenburg players as well, who've been plugging away really well. As this one goes up in the air, chance for a catch, but it drops tantalizingly between both bowler and wicketkeeper. Yeah, I've been impressed with especially the captain, Imali Jayasuriya, hitting that only 6 of the series so far, and also patrolling her troops well. She's bowled at important stages. Also, someone like Huria Chamto, she's done her bit with the ball and with bat in hand. We get to the end of the 6th, 52 for 1. So just the 10 runs needed now for Malmöhus for the clean sweep. Well, it looks like they'll get there comfortably, but it will be that player that I've mentioned, Huria Chamto, one of the standout performers for Gothenburg, who will bowl the 7th here. Nice hit by Shabnin Parveen. Again, that might be the opportunity to at least try to push for 2 for Malmöhus, but I think they know the jig is probably up, so they can just get there pretty much in singles. The rain continues to fall here, so you can see they really have to work on the ball after every ball here.
And this could be the last over the way things are going. Chamto trying to keep the game alive. Zara on 25.
Well played.
She's another person could be in the MVP conversation. Yeah. You know, I think also her fielding, that direct hit yesterday was quite amazing. It was a rocket arm.
Zara again, remember she's still a teenager, still 16 years old. So much talent with bat and ball. As that one's knocked down the ground, and speaking of talent, there's one of the shots that displays that. It's just smacked straight past Huria Chamto, her Swedish teammate. Isn't able to get a foot on it. I think she actually just get maybe half a spike on it. Too hot to handle though for her and the 2 on-rushing fielders. So, well, maybe they're eyeing up that bonus point after all with just the 5 runs needed now. And they've got 3 balls left to do it to get that bonus point victory, which will be another statement from Malmöhus in the series that they have pretty much dominated from start to finish. Down the ground. And it just eludes Sophia Jasmine. Again, the spin just bamboozling her there. Again, Gothenburg showing how accurate they can be with the throws, even from the boundary. That one launched in by the captain Imali. Zara comfortably home. Still, it's time to get dismantled. So 1 hit away now, 4 needed. If they get it in the next 2, they will get that bonus point. Shabnam Parveen on strike, who's shown herself more than capable of scoring the boundaries. 15 off 12 so far for her.
And that little fake step, real shot, real miss.
She's played far better when she hasn't done the fake step. She just stands still. She's got enough natural power and timing to not try to mess around with a few hops and a skips and a jump, but on that occasion misses it. So final ball of the 7th. Now or never for the bonus point. She does crunch in. It will be the bonus point, as that's a lovely hit. Cut away by Shabnam Parveen, and in the nick of time, Malmöhus do get the runs for the bonus point. I think they've just about realised that not only have they won the game, not only have they got the bonus point, but they also take the series 4-0, and they raise their bats to the cameras. And it's been a great performance, especially by Zara Mohammed. She remains unbeaten, 30 off 25, and an excellent cameo by Shabnam Parveen as she hits the winning runs, has the honour of doing that, and does it in some style with that brilliant cut for 4. She finishes 19 off 14. And once more, Malmöhus take the victory, this time by 9 wickets. And you'd say on the balance of things, that's probably a fair enough result. They've batted twice first, and they've batted twice chasing, and they've won on every occasion. So thoroughly acquitted themselves. But for Gothenburg, it's certainly been a learning experience for them, and I'm sure they'll have improved and learnt a lot from the games they've played, and it will only put them in good stead for the domestic series that are coming up. Speaking of domestic series that are coming up, the ECS over in Estonia is starting in about less than 18 hours time, as Talon Stallions and Talon Strikers get us up and running in what will be a slightly extended 7-day series over in Estonia, with finals day coming to you on Sunday the 25th of May. I know Vinny will be joining Rico and Marco over there in Estonia for that. In the meantime, I think we can celebrate the women who have put on a great performance here this weekend.
Yeah, it's been a really successful ECS-W. I know in the end 4-0. That's probably fitting, but it was good to see at Gothenburg CC. They did take a point out of match 3. And yeah, they were more competitive, I think, all up here on day 2 compared to opening day. And Zara, she's an absolute superstar. I can't wait to see her in a Swedish shirt, and potentially, obviously, playing in the World Cup qualifiers. And of course, we'll see her on ECN towards the end of the year. And the old freak-out tactics, which everyone thought was quite hilarious. But I suppose, yeah, in the end, Gothenburg, I think they learn a lot out of this weekend. I'm sure that Malmöhus do as well. And I think I really liked as well the efforts to mix up the order, to give opportunities to people that wanted to get into the game. I mean, maybe quite a few people maybe aren't at the level that are comfortable bowling in a match. So, they'll keep working on it. That's the sort of thing I think I'd like to see less of with the foot fielding. I think you're just going to injure yourself, ironically, by trying something like that. But yeah, I think at the end of the day, the trophy going to Malmöhus, it's a trophy for their club. It's something that I think that they can really enjoy. And I know that you stick around, because we will have the presentation of the trophy in the Cube very shortly, Tina.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that, and I think that the players are looking forward to getting in from the cold and rainy weather that's joined us in the last couple of hours in Sweden. But certainly it will be Malmöhus with a smile on their faces as they take the 4th win here in Sweden. And again, ended up being a fairly comprehensive victory for them, with just the 3 batters required. Zara Mohammed and Shabnam Parveen were the 2 that saw the side home, and Malmöhus will take the 4th victory from 4. Well deserved for them, and I know the captain, who will be joining us very shortly, will be full of praise for her side.
Yeah, and I know that you're going to make the presentation very, very shortly. Just look at the bowling figures there. They didn't disgrace themselves at all, did they? I mean, no one went for really big runs. Chapto did chip in with the only wicket, Harriet Chapto, of that second innings. And Dewa Chapto also bowled a pretty tight over, but that only went for 7. So this is the summary. That 61 not holding up and chased in exactly 7 overs. So they do take the 4 points out of that. Hey, let's come into the commentary box here. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, Tina Goff. I'm going to step out for a second because, Tina, we have some presentations that we want to make.
We do indeed.
Exciting.
Absolutely
Excited. And we're going to find out who the MVP is as well.
I'm going to find out who the MVP is.
Ah.
I'm excited to find out. So.
All right. Oh, you don't know?
I don't know. It's
cool.
It's a surprise for all of us. So
Well,
you'll join in with me.
I do know. I'm going to get off. So we've got Kanchan Rana here, who's the Malmo, who's captain. Sorry, you can come over this.
Yeah.
Come over this side here, Kanchan. And look, I'm sure you had a little bit of a chat with Tina. I'm sure you've had a great weekend.
Yeah, so obviously Malmo who's taking the win 4-0, and I'm sure Kanchan Rana is going to be extremely happy with her side's performance. So first of all, Kanchan, congratulations on what was an amazing performance throughout the weekend. How happy are you with how your team has performed?
Definitely very happy, and as you have seen, we have a lot of young players. We have very promising players, and we are looking forward to grow our team with them. We have a great coaching team. We have very good coaching facilities here, and we get great job done. And we also are looking forward. We have to play the national games in a week, so this was a really good training practice for us to see how we are doing and to watch ourselves if we are making any mistakes. So yeah, I'm really happy and proud of the team.
You should absolutely be proud. It's been so much fun watching you. And speaking of the preparation and being in front of the cameras, how difficult is it getting used to the fact that you know you're on camera, you know that every great moment but also every bad moment might be caught? Is that something in the back of your mind when you're playing?
Not while we are, I mean, for me personally, not while we are playing. When we are outside, I feel nervous that, oh, I'll be on camera. But as soon as I go on the pitch, I don't feel that. And I just try to do, remember the basic and do the job there. So, no, not for me personally.
Well, I think it's something to show how good of a captain you are as well, that you're captain cool out there in the middle and you've led your side to victory. Just one thing on your first knock, you scored 47. Did you know you were close to the 50? Me and Vinny were going mental in the commentary box.
I
saying,
did. I was
strike.
actually hearing you guys. I was hearing that you were talking about it, and it was fine. I mean, it was okay.
Yeah, well, I mean, next time you can be a bit selfish, but it was great watching you out there. And maybe a word on Zara Mohammed as well. She's just 16 years old. She's an absolute sensation, isn't she?
She's brilliant. I mean, it's all, you know, raw natural talent. If you see, I mean, her run-up even, it's so short, but she has got definite pace, her wrist and all. Even with batting, you can see her flicks and all. She's amazing. Fielding, she's superb, and what a great addition to our team and also to our national team.
Yeah, absolutely. And speaking of national team, final question. So I know you're going to Italy in about less than a week's time.
Yeah.
How excited are you to represent the national team of Sweden there?
Very excited. We have got a strong team this time, and we are really looking forward to it. It's been 2 years, and we have prepared a lot, and we hope it goes really well for us.
Well, I hope so too. Not too well, but that's maybe because I've got a vested interest. So congratulations, Kanchan Rana. It's been an excellent tournament, and of course we've loved watching you there. And we've got one more thing that we want to present you. My glamorous assistant just off camera has got this glorious trophy, thanks as well, of course, to Local Lifestyles who provide us with these trophies. And this one is absolutely thoroughly deserved for Malmo. So congratulations.
Thank you so much.
And make sure you have a reinforced shelf for that as well, because
yeah,
it is quite expensive. And well, you have to reinforce your home shelf as well, because this one is going your way as well, and you had a superb performance with bat, with ball, and also captaining. It's not easy, as you said.
Yeah.
You've had people out there who are teenagers, maybe a bit emotional, also brand new players, and to lead your side to an absolute whitewash. You only gave up that 1 point, to Gothenburg. It's been a tremendous series, and you personally thoroughly deserve the Most Valuable Player Award. So congratulations to you.
Thank you.
And of course, I hope that success for you and for the whole side continues, and hopefully see you on the blue pitch here in Sweden very soon.
Thank you
Thank you so much.
Thank
As Vinny comes flying back into the tent, congratulations.
Hey, listen. Congratulations. I know we have a short presentation over there, but we are running out of time. You stay with us, Kanchan, because, hey, obviously with Sweden being in the ECS-W, hopefully you'll see you by then. Good luck in the qualifiers. I know that we have to run to end-of-day highlights. Big thanks to everyone here in Sweden. It's given us such a great week. Final reminder to like this video if you're watching on YouTube, subscribe to the channel. Don't forget also our social media at European Cricket, and also our website, europeancricket.com. Quick peek to Estonia tomorrow. Don't forget that we've got an early start there, 6 a.m. GMT, which is 8 o'clock in Central Europe, and 11:30 in India. But for now, Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Kanchan Rana, the winning captain and MVP of this ECS-W, but it really could have gone to 5 or 6 of your players. You had a great weekend. And Tina Goff, Tina, that's us for a while. you have good luck too as well. You two might be tangling in the in the coming weeks. But for now, from everyone here on the ground in Sweden, it's good night. Enjoy these highlights from day 2 of this ECS-W. Hasta pronto.
See you later.